How have you made a rude person's day worse? I work in local theater, and we have a lot of rude, awful women who are part of local ballet schools come through our venue who are the mothers of the dancers. Once this woman rang up wanting seats to an almost sold out ballet performance that had been on sale for 4 months the day before the show, and did nothing but abuse me for 5 minutes because she left buying them too late, whined about how she shouldn't have to pay for her kids, whined that we should get a bigger venue, it seats just under 500. Then put me on hold while she rang 3 of her relatives to see if they wanted seats too. She was positively awful. The seats I was about to sell her were the only ones in the theater left, and they were good seats. While I'm on hold, a grandma of one of the ballerinas comes to the desk and asks if we have any seats left, as she'd been in hospital and couldn't buy them earlier, but said she'd understand if we were booked out. I put the phone with the on hold music down and sold this old lady the last seats for the show and gave her an invite to our next year's dance season for her granddaughter and herself, so she'd know exactly when all the important dates were coming. She thanked me over and over, and she's now one of our regulars and brings her grandkids to our shows. 2 minutes after the old lady leaves, the beach on the other end finally takes me off hold and says she wants the remaining seats that we have left. I tell her sorry, we've just sold out while you had me on hold, I'm afraid. Better luck next year. Anything else I can help you with? She was choking with rage on the other end of the phone. It was fantastic. Was in theater quite a few years back, some action flick, I think Jean-Claude Van Damme, and there were 2 16-year-old or so kids in front of me who were, in turn, behind a group of smaller kids, say 12 or so. I was alone. The wife hates action movies. I quickly noticed that the 2 older kids were faking with the younger ones, kicking their seat backs, throwing popcorn at them, flicking spit at them, the works. The theater was crowded, so the little guys couldn't move. Finally one of the douche teens leans forward and, I think, flicked one kid's ear. When the little kid turned around to glare, flicking douche teen says, "You got a problem with that, sheethead?" His friend guffaws. When the flickmaster sits back, I haul off and give him a decent slap upside the head, knocking his noggin into his friends. They both turn and half jump out of their seats. And then pause when they see me. I'm 6'2", 225 pounds. I stood up and said, "You got a problem with that, sheetheads?" They looked at each other and then turned to sit back down. I said. "You sit there, and I'm gonna make you as miserable as you've been making those guys in front of you." They shuffled on out of the theater. The younger kids all turned and said, "Thank you, sir." TLDR. Beach slapped some teen bullies, became action hero. Female Redditor. I was out at the local watering hole having a few beers with a group of friends. The group became larger and larger with time. After a while I got semi-separated from my fiancé. I was introduced to a guy. We'll call him Bob. The introduction went like this. "Bob, this is psychocentric. Bob." To which he says, "Every psychocentric I've ever met is a slut and a faking hoe." Now, I don't get bent out of shape without good reason, so I just brush it off as drunk banter, or maybe a recent breakup with a psychocentric and say, "Ha, well, I'm neither, but nice to meet you anyway, Bob," and shook his hand. The rest of the night, he would go to the bar, walk back and give me the stink eye. For whatever reason, he didn't like me. The feeling was becoming mutual. I decided ignoring him would probably be best. He was certainly not in his right mindset, right? A few hours passed, and I was sitting by his female friend, having fun talking and giggling. He puts his elbows on the table in between us, staring at me like I had done him wrong somehow. I just kept on with our conversation and ignored him. He then puts his nasty face right next to mine and said, "So, are you a slut?" My temper and alcohol got the best of me. I yelled, "No, and what the fuck is your problem exactly? I've been doing my best to ignore you. Get a faking clue." He then chest bumped me and said, "Do you wanna go?" I'm all for equal rights, but this was the first time an able-bodied adult male has asked me, a girl, if I wanted to throw down. I walk over a few steps to my fiance, who is talking to a bouncer friend of ours, and said, "This guy says he wants to kick my ass," while the douche just keeps advancing. The bouncer looks at him, gives a hand signal. Soon 5 red shirts, bouncer uniforms, surround him. He was escorted out of the bar and went to his minivan. Drunk. I called work. I work for the sheriff's department. They got a good tip on a sure thing DUI. I might not have thrown down, but I think I won that round. I used to work for the Department of Motor Vehicles, and the one I worked at had pretty limited parking. Surprise. I had left for lunch, came back and was having a hard time finding a place to park. I finally found a spot, so I drove up to it and put my signal on showing that I was waiting for it. People, in my experience, usually respect this and continue on. Not this time. Just as the car was backing out, after I had waited a few minutes, a car came from the opposite side of the lot, made eye contact with me, and then shot right into the parking space. I was so mad, because now I would be late, after looking for a new spot. As I drove past the woman that had taken the spot, I just shook my head, and she responded by shrugging her shoulders, smiling, mouthing the words, "Oh well" to me, and then ran her finger from her eye down her cheek, as if to mock me crying about it. I continued into work, got in trouble for being late, but had actually forgotten about the incident until whose number gets called to my station. But Miss Spot Stealer herself, the look on her face was priceless. Keep in mind that I'm not your average DMV worker. I understand that stuff happens and waive penalties all the time and treat my customers with respect, because I believe that what goes around comes around, and I know how crappy it is to wait at the DMV all day. I'm usually so nice about getting penalties taken off of people's accounts that I get in trouble for it at times. So, I greet Spot Stealer as nice as I would anyone else. In fact, it may have been nicer than I normally would be. She may have thought I didn't recognize her. Her registration is far past due, with hundreds due in penalties. I'll let her tell me her whole sob story, then finally tell her that she owes in full, because she was aware of her due date. She argues it a little until, out of sight from my manager, I mouth the words, "Oh well," and drag my finger from my eye to my cheek, mocking her tears. At that point she puts her head down and proceeds to take out her card and pay the full amount, because yes, we do take debit cards. What goes around comes around. I was waiting tables in an Italian restaurant that was originally opened by a man and his wife, but after their divorce, the restaurant was bought by their daughter. She was an okay boss, not fantastic, but not terrible. Her father, who had opened the restaurant, still worked as a cook and was a piece of shit. He called the waitresses cunts behind their backs and made a bunch of off-color comments while flirting with his favorite old ladies. He would scream at the younger women, bully cooks on the line, and there was a story about a mishap with some fryer oil and a fry cook a few years back. He didn't give me a lot of shit because I was usually on my game. I had the times down for how long most of the food took and adjusted for the load of the kitchen, so I was always present in the window when it was ready to go out. I always heard his snide little comments, muttered some of my own at him a few times, but I always waited for the perfect time to get him and get him good for being such an insufferable prick. Finally, I got my chance. I had 2 plates up in the window when I walked into the kitchen. I was waiting on a third and a side of meatballs. He accosts me as soon as I walk up there and says something along the lines of, "Why don't you get this faking food out of my window?" I calmly looked at him and replied, "The next time you say something like that to me, this food is not going out. This food is going on the faking floor." This guy was easily 6 feet tall. I'm 5 feet 1 inch. He just kind of smirks and said, "I'd like to see you try that." I picked up 1 plate of spaghetti and meat sauce, probably takes less than a minute to plate anyway, and just flipped it over in the window, and I need my order of lasagna and the side of meatballs. 2. The expo guy had a look of admiration on his face and shock at what I had done. He didn't even seem pissed at having to replate the meal. I'm not sure, though. I was blind with rage and marched out of the kitchen and out onto the floor. We really weren't that busy. I think they had a bus kid clean it up. I wasn't spoken to about the incident except in passing, when the daughter admitted her dad could get a little intense, and her sister, who also worked there, explained that her sister often got into it with their father, and it wasn't that big of a deal. He was always polite to me after that, and never hassled me again. I nearly shit myself when I realized what I had done, though TLDR, I'm a spaghetti murderer and waitress hero. My husband and I were driving just over an hour home from my in-laws' house, and for reasons I can't remember, we were in separate vehicles. To make the trip more tolerable, we had each other on speakerphone. Although the highway was not particularly crowded, he was a bit further behind me, directly behind another car that was driving very slow. So, he put on his left blinker to go around the guy. As soon as he started to move left, the guy abruptly cut him off, only to keep at a snail's pace in the passing lane. By that point, I had slowed down enough to catch sight of them right as this was happening. Jay, being much more patient than I, decided to just pass him on the right without signaling. When Jay started to move right, the guy swerved right. Only, Jay hadn't given him the benefit of a blinker warning, so they were nearly side by side by the time the other guy started to move right, and the guy had to swerve back into his own lane to avoid hitting Jay before the other driver had time. To make it more of a nonsense pissing match of trying to get in front of one another, I was slowed down right in front of him. Again, there really weren't many other cars on the road at all, and since we were on the phone, we could coordinate. I slowed down in front of him. Jay kept pace with him on the right, and he had the cement wall on his left, so he was boxed in and forced to slow down to our pace, which for me dropped from 75 miles per hour to about 50 miles per hour. We decided to keep it that way for the remaining 45 minutes of our drive home. He never signaled or honked, but he did make a ton of confused and frustrated faces. I giggled uncontrollably the whole way. Definitely worth the extended driving time. I was sitting in my car making some photos with my new smartphone while using different settings. Then there was this woman who just stopped at an one-way street with only one lane. So she stands there for like 10 seconds doing nothing. And I thought this is very unusual, so I started to make a video. Another driver comes and honks. She then proceeds to rear and hit the car of the other guy with her big BMW. 4 guys jumped out of the BMW and start yelling at the guy. You have to know, in Germany always the one who hits another car from behind will be blamed if he can't prove that it wasn't his fault. So we have a classic insurance fraud. The poor guy at the back was really worried, cause he knew he couldn't prove it. I just sit there in my car and waited for the police. Then I go outside, and the police started to get the stories. Of course they were 4 against 1 guys. I just stood there and listened the woman complaining about who this idiot hits her from behind, and her brand new car is now damaged. After the police took the statement from both sides and even take my statement, they said there is no chance that 2 vs 4 could prove that he didn't do it. 2 of the guys at the BMW said they didn't know the girl and were pedestrians who saw it. That would increase the credibility point, so they made all false statements to the police, and exactly that's the thing I wanted to happen. I then told the police, oh wait, there is just one thing, like Columbo style, and said that I got a video of what happened. I showed them to the police, and the women and the drivers just stand there with mouth open. You could not only see how she hits his car, but also that the pedestrians were with the women in the car. The guy then hugs me, and we became good friends. Turns out he lives near me, and we spend the evening drinking and gaming. SRY for bad English in German. Where I work, the bar is an L. I was taking a break from serving people behind the bar and was sorting out some glasses and putting them into the dishwasher, which is where the small side of the L is. There were 3 of my co-workers to my right/behind me who were all serving on the large side of the L, where the glasses and dishwasher are. You can't buy drinks because it would interfere with the fire exit. A woman and her husband came up to where I was and ordered. I told them politely that if they would like drinks, they need to go around to the bar. She got upset and started swearing at me. I nodded, took 2 steps to my right as they walked around the pylon to order their drinks from one of the girls. I smiled and told the girl who was about to serve them that I'd take it. They looked confused and ordered their drinks. I said that I was cutting them off. The woman blew up and asked why. I said that if she couldn't treat the people who make her drinks with respect, she didn't deserve to get drinks to begin with, and that she had 10 seconds to leave the bar before I called security and had them escorted out. I don't consider it my job to be pleasant to people who aren't pleasant to me. If you're downright rude, you're out and we don't want your business. Edit. First post to break 1,000. Thanks guys. I'm a manager at a grocery store, so I get awesomely rude customers on a daily. Every Wednesday is senior discount day. You have to be 55 to 60 to qualify for the discount. Needless to say, Wednesdays are tense. Lots of seniors, and lots of other people who don't want to deal with the seniors. I don't generally mind the old folks. Most of them are pretty cool and have some interesting stories and cute jokes. This Wednesday there was one particular customer who was being a huge pain in the ass from the moment she walked in. She was tall, blonde, high heels, very made up, and dressed to the nines. She was probably late 30s to early 40s. She came storming up to customer service. "There are no parking spots. This is ridiculous. I'm going to request to corporate that you expand your parking lot, since you don't seem to have the initiative to request that yourself." Off to a great start, lady. She comes storming back up about 45 minutes later. I'm in a huge hurry, and every line has someone in it. I need to check out here. We had 3 lines open, and each one had one single customer. I say no problem, but I'll get you at a checkout. You have too many items to get here. She has a huge hissy fit. I don't have time for this. Let's go. As I'm checking her out, it is constant beaching. "You only have one brand of Mac-Up? That is ridiculous. I only wear Mac, but I was going to settle for Evelyn, but you don't even have that. Now I have to make a whole separate trip. Please don't put my bread on top of my eggs. The eggs could roll over and crush the bread. Please bag my avocados separately. I need to use those for a face mask tonight. They need to be perfect. I have a photo session for work tomorrow." I'm in a magazine. She was unbelievable. Finally, at the end, I had enough pointers. She's about to pay. I say, "Don't forget today is senior discount day. You get 5% off." She just stared at me. "What?" I smiled broadly. "Every Wednesday, senior citizens get 5% off their bill. I'll go ahead and take it off. You are 55 to 60, right?" She is staring at me, debit card in hand, cheeks getting red. I lose my smile slowly and say, "Oh, you don't qualify? Sorry about that. Maybe next year. Thanks for your honesty." I haven't seen her in the store since. TLDR, I provided unsolicited marriage counseling services to a dickhead. I worked at a hotel several years ago and had to deal with insufferable pricks about a dozen times a day. Hotel stories about Billy Mays watching Granny Born, a person that threw hot coffee in my face, a person that spit on me, and a crazy lady that slapped me are in my comment history. The best/most evil revenge I ever got was on a guy that stayed with us 4 days a week for the entire 5 years I worked at the hotel. The big utility company in our area was having financial issues, and he was the leader of the auditing team that was sent in to straighten it out. Anyway, I would interact with the guy at least a few times every day I worked, and he was always very rude and condescending. As an example, one of his co-workers would ask me for a local restaurant recommendation and he would chime in with "yeah, because minimum wage workers are known for their taste in fine dining." If someone asked me something personal, he would say something like ask him what life choices he made to be here, plunging toilets, and writing down my preferred wake up call time. Maybe he can share his wisdom, so we all avoid his fate. Stuff like that. He was just a jackass to everyone on the hotel staff, and was always very demanding. Since I saw him every day, I noticed that he had developed a relationship with one of the younger women on his auditing team. I saw their romance blossom from flirting to full-on groping and grinding in the hotel lobby. One day he had just finished delivering one of his delightfully sheety bon mots to me, and I was fuming. Then he screamed at one of my co-workers because she had a Filipino accent, and he said he only wanted his room cleaned by white Americans. I vowed revenge. His wife called in to speak to him later that night, like she usually did, and I said, "Oh, I think he's sleeping in Ms. 30th's room tonight. One moment, please." And then I connected his wife to her room. His wife must not have told him what I had said, because he didn't try to get me fired. They got a divorce. They didn't have kids, but according to another guy on the auditing team, his wife got the house in custody of their dog. He stopped staying with us shortly after the phone call. In college, I had a wide gap of time between classes, about 9 AM to noon. I'd usually go to the art room, art and design major, and just paint or draw. Just killing time. One day, I was very tired. I decided to go out to my car and take a nap. So, 9 AM, parking lots were usually full. I mean, full. Folks would practically park their cars in the mall parking lot 6 blocks away, where the closest open spots usually were. But there was always a swarm of people driving around the campus lots, trying to find someone who was leaving. I'm cutting through the lot and get to my car. I hop in the driver's seat and lean back. Didn't even turn on my car. Just simply leaned back and closed my eyes. About 2 minutes in, right before I'm about to doze off, I hear a slapping noise against my window. I snap awake and see this woman wild-eyed and frowning, looking in at me. She motions for me to open my window. I'm not about to do that. I say loudly, "What? You faking leaving or not?" "What? No, I'm just gonna lean back and take a nap." "What? No, you're in your car. You have to leave." "No, I don't. I don't have to go anywhere. I'm taking a nap." Apparently, she had seen me walking through the lot and followed me in her car to my car. When I didn't pull out of the spot, she got out and went up to my window. She screams at me again and taps on my window, telling me to move. I lock my doors and turn the radio on and start blasting music. Just glaring at her, she flips me off and goes back to her car, which she left the door open and had stopped a row of cars behind her. The whole ordeal ended up making me wide awake, and I ended up getting out of my car and going back inside to the art department. I used to work as a front desk agent at a boutique hotel. A guy who was obviously very full of himself came in with an online reservation that he had booked at a shockingly cheap nightly rate, around $40 a night. We usually book rooms for around $160 a night. He proceeded to give me a hard time about everything, from telling me he shouldn't have to give me his credit card info since he had prepaid his reservation. We need it for incidental purposes like if he broke the TV and just left and things like that, to telling me UHMEA, I'm pretty sure I can find the elevators, I'm not stupid, and just being an all-around douchehole. About 10 minutes after checking him in, he came down and demanded that we give him a bigger room with a king bed and a view, even though he had booked a standard queen bed online. I complied, as we had extra king beds available. 10 minutes later he came down again to complain about the size of the room. He told me, "I'm only giving you one more chance to make me happy," and asked for the general manager. After much arguing between him and my manager, we ended up giving him our nicest suite, 2 rooms, kitchenette, and a great view, and free parking, since we had given him trouble. We are located downtown in a big city, so parking is not usually free. He got all this for $40 a night. And get this, he informed us shortly after the ordeal, while on his way out to dinner, that he was not even going to be in the room for the majority of his stay, as he was visiting friends and would be staying at their home. What the hell? So I made it my personal mission to reset his room keys every time I saw him leave the hotel, which was quite frequently, 3 to 4 times a day/night. It was particularly funny when he came back tired from a night of drinking and had to come all the way down to the front desk to get his keys fixed. Needless to say, he was very frustrated by the end of his stay. I doubt he'll be staying with us again. Sorry for the long post. I was working as a shift leader in a Dunkin' Donuts. Spent 2 years in that hellhole and dealt with my fair share of ridders holes. One particularly memorable day, a group of ladies came in during our busiest hour, just past noon. The line was almost out the door and we were short-staffed, so it was pretty hectic. While they were ordering, one of them asked for a job application and started filling it out on the counter. She handed it back before they were done ordering, and I stashed it on a shelf under the register and started making their food. They had a huge order and we did our best to get it out quickly, but it was obvious from the looks on their faces that we just weren't quick enough for their liking. They sat down to eat their food, and the girl who just turned in her application got back in line. I spotted her right away. She was standing with a glaring face, crossing her arms, and tapping her foot, trying her best to look obviously, almost cartoonishly, pissed off. So I motioned for her to come up to the counter, since I knew she had a complaint, and I wanted to get it fixed right away. I assumed that in the shuffle we had messed up her sandwich or something like that. Anyone who's worked in fast food knows that these things happen when it's chaotic. I asked her what was wrong, and she pointed to her bottled Mountain Dew and barked, "Definitely not an indoor voice, this is flat." It was a bit accusing, as though it were my fault that the bottle of soda she just opened was flat. So I took it and told her to get another one out of the cooler, then check it to make sure it was good. After all that, she asked for a refund. I said, as politely as I could, "Ma'am, I replaced your soda. Sorry if there was an inconvenience, but I don't think a refund should be necessary." Something like that. I don't remember my exact words. So she stormed, pissed off, back to her table and started complaining loudly to her group about not getting a refund. So, since I was having an awful day anyway and really could not see a beach like this ever working for us, I grabbed her application from the register, walked it over to the lobby trash can nearest to her table, crumpled it up, and threw it away as she watched. The look on her face was faking priceless. TLDR lady comes in to order food and fill out a job application. Is a total beach. I throw the application in the trash while she watches. Point edit. Typo. I play poker in the casinos a lot. In one in particular there is a ridiculously loud obnoxious asshole who plays quite regularly cash in tournaments. He fist pumps and yells, "Fuck yeah," when he sucks out on people. Totally uncouth and a complete bag of steamy dicks to everyone in the room. To top it off, he is a larger guy, tattoos, and tries to physically intimidate people. Point now, I'm not a small guy in the slightest, 6'4", 230 lbs. But when I'm relatively clean cut, I look very unintimidating. I'm polite and friendly, know most of the dealers and half the patrons by name. What this prick job doesn't know is that I know how to handle myself both in a battle of verbal wit and physical fists. This leaves unafraid of the plausible physical consequences to standing up to him. So one day he was being his typical self, but to a larger degree, and I had had enough. He is verbally berating another player at the table for their faking terrible call, even though the pot odds and eventual results seemed, to me at least, to be a great call point. So I just burst out, "Mike buddy, I have been meaning to ask you, how is that violent case of herpes treating ya?" The table sits in silence. It takes him 5 seconds to mumble back the typical and incredibly predictable meathead response of, "Ask your mom, she gave it to me." I chuckle and say, leading to my next question, "How are those rap charges come in? Cause I know she didn't give it up to your ugly as willingly." He explodes, "Fuck you buddy, I'll kick the shit out of you." The houseman walks up to the edge of the table having heard the escalation in conversation and is about to intervene on my behalf, as you are clearly not allowed to threaten other players with physical violence. I raised my hand slightly and indicated that everything was fine, and he holds off and awaits my response. I looked Captain Shat right in the eyes and calmly stated, "Buddy, if you can find your balls and figure out how to use them, we can figure this out in the parking lot." "Whatever man," he stuttered back. "So that's a no then?" I asked. Still no real response. "Then maybe you should concentrate on not continuously bleeding chips instead of running your mouth." I got a bunch of thank yous from many of the regulars, even those that weren't there, and heard about it later. I was sitting in a movie theater when I was asked to save 2 seats in the middle of my row. I was sitting on the end. The people asking were elderly and needed to go to the bathroom, so I thought it was of some kind of an importance. The whole row was filled up too, so I figured it'd be easy to save. I sat there for a while when a busty lady made her way up the row and stopped right next to me, at which point she looks at me and says, "Can you move?" I smile with all the awkward tension of any man around giant bazongas and say, "Sorry, I believe those are being saved." Then the lady does something unbelievable. She sort of tries to jam her way past my legs in a mad attempt to get to the seat. Her boyfriend was just standing there. I look at her, flabbergasted, and simply say, "Those seats are saved," and then I shit you not, She snapped her fingers in my face and said watch me walk point. At that point, everyone in the theater was watching and I was having none of this. My face went from an awkward hide-a-ball smile to a solid, try me beach face. I could tell she was getting ready for another assault, so I slumped down in my chair and put my hands towards the seat in front of me, making a desperate attempt to block her, and she was forced to sort of run into my legs a few times. I looked at her boyfriend, and he rolled his eyes and said come on, let's go. So, off went Busty St. Clair. In all her vivacious rage, roaring and raving all the way to the front of the theater. Best part was after the whole episode was over and the elderly couple had returned, the people behind me asked me to save their seats because they thought if anyone could handle it, it would be me. TLDR, got attacked by a rude dragon lady, slayed her, and became the hero of the theater. My wife and I were on the receiving end of someone's justice. We'd gone out to a local sports bar/restaurant for dinner on a Saturday night. Unfortunately, the local football team had just started playing, and the place was packed. While we were waiting in line, we heard the conversation between the folks in front of us with the hostess. How many? Guessed. 8. Hostess, alright, we have you down. We are not quoting wait times right now as the game has just started, and we have no idea how long many of the diners will be staying. Guest, so you're telling me you won't seat us? It went back and forth for a few minutes with the guest getting more and more indignant and the hostess trying to explain that they'd seat them as soon as possible. They just didn't know when that would be. And with a large party, the limited number of big top tables would make it worse. And the group was unwilling to split up into 2 groups. The guest finally moves, and it's our turn. We say there's just the 2 of us, and the hostess starts in on the we can't quote times. My wife say don't worry, we heard what you said to the last person. We are not in any hurry and we know how busy you are right now. We get our blinky alert box and find a spot to wait. We're expecting a solid 45 minutes. Literally 2 minutes later our box starts buzzing. We'd been bumped to the front and were being seated. The best part is that when we got to our table there was another empty table right next to it. The 2 tables could have sat the group of 8, but the hostess and waitresses made sure to not seat them. And the wings were delicious. I work at a bar, and for the past several weeks I've been dealing with a regular guy who just hits on me all the time in the most sleaziest way possible, trying to look down my shirt, touching the small of my back. He even called me his girlfriend to a karaoke. I've told him countless times that I'm not interested and that I actually found his advances inappropriate and incredibly rude. Of course this doesn't stop him. Advanced it today. I had the day off and decided that it would be fun to visit work and have a few free drinks while watching the election progress. So I brought my boyfriend to the bar and sit down on a stool, and lo and behold this guy comes up. He ignores my boyfriend and puts his hands on the small of my back again and says, hey you, I have a booth if you wanna put your hands to work. He looks at me and grins a sleazy smile. Oh yeah, I knew you wanted it all along. You got nice hands baby. I had no idea what he was talking about since I wasn't holding his hand. He then looks at his hands at my lower back and his face goes pale. He isn't holding my hands, but my boyfriend's, who snuck his hand to hold his and made this jerk think that I was holding his. My boyfriend then looks at the guy and starts talking in the most feminine voice. You know it, baby. Now where's this booth? He then kissed the guy's hand. The guy's face. Priceless. He let go of my boyfriend's hand and ran out of the bar. My coworker was standing there looking at everything and started cracking up. It was the best. This will get buried, but it's one of my prouder moments, so I'll share it anyway. Every morning on my commute to work I have to take a short boat ride. There's always this asshole who forces his way to the front of the queue to get off the boat first as he rushes to catch a train. All he'd have to do is get the boat that leaves earlier and wait 10 minutes on the other side. Anyway, several times he has either barged into me or pushed past me as he does this. One time he cut in front of me, so close that I clipped the back of his heel with my boot. I ride a motorcycle to work, so I'm wearing fully armored clothing. I called him a cunt, but he didn't hear me thanks to his iPod. Roughly 3 months ago we were getting off the boat when he pushes into my shoulder, incidentally knocking me into a small woman on my right who stumbles. I'm 6 feet 2 inches and wearing fully armored gear, wearing my backpack and carrying my helmet, so I'm heavy, which pissed me off hugely. Now once you're through the doors of the boat there is a short gangway leading to the terminal which is obviously floating above the ocean. It's roughly 10 feet long and has a waist-high barrier on either side. As he's done this, he's almost directly in front of me now thanks to barging past. I put my hand just off center between his shoulder blades and pushed him forward as hard as I could. He stumbled to the side, bashing into the barrier as he tries to steady himself against it. As this happens he also manages to throw his briefcase over the side into the ocean. I carried on walking with the large rush of people as they piled off the boat with the biggest grin on my face. I didn't hear anything more of it until I come to the boat that same day after work when one of the terminal staff calls me over. Naturally I thought I was in the sheet, but the fella says to me saw that on the CCTV mate. Funniest thing I've seen in ages. One kid deserved it. Best feeling ever TLDR. Impatient angry man annoys me one too many times. Throws his own briefcase into the sea. A few years back, after having gone shopping, I was queued in traffic waiting to get out of the car park. A few cars ahead of us there was this shitty old bomb of a car with 4 teenagers in it. Fairly douche looking dudes, shirts off, board shorts and sunglasses on. We were nowhere near a beach. Anyway these 4 teenagers had a megaphone with them in their car and thought that it would be hilarious to shout out profanities at other cars and people in the car park area while we all waited to leave. This center employee drives by in one of those tractors with a trailer attached for transporting shopping carts and the guys in the car start shouting shit at him through the megaphone. Why don't you get a real job you fake loser? And so forth. The employee just put his head down as he drove by with that okay expression on his face. Point next the 4 teenagers decide it would be funny to start shouting profanities at some guy in a massive off-road 4x4 with a bull bar on the front. Bad move. I can't remember what they said, but the 4x4 guy wasn't having any of it. He calmly drove his car out of the queue and got about 25 meters distance perpendicular to the teenager's shitty car. Then he hit the gas and T-bones their shitty car into the wall. He then calmly backs up a little and then takes his turn to exit the car park and goes on his merry way. Point the employee transporting the shopping carts nearly fell off his tractor with laughter. His laughter was in ladder goat territory. I worked for a Holiday Inn several years ago. It was going under, and some independent family-owned company, read, mafia types, no joke, bought it out. They came in and fired all the management worth a damn and kept and promoted the most horrible ones. After a few months of being overworked, underpaid, and horribly mistreated, cheated out of a raise, yelled at in front of a lobby full of customers for my boss mistake, a million other crappy stories, I gave my 2-week notice and was working out my last night audit shift, 11 PM to 7 AM. The hotel was still going downhill. It was basically a brothel at this point. My former front desk manager and the former bartender, who had been fired, came to say hello. We all got to talking about how awful the owners were when the former manager had this great idea. The key card machine had a login for employees to use to make room keys and a master login to access everything. The new owners hadn't thought to change the master login. So my former manager gives me the instructions on how to delete all the key cards and then delete all the logins. At 7 AM when my relief front desk attendant showed up 45 minutes late, again, with no apology, again, I decided to go for it. As she was counting her drawer, I wiped all the key cards, cleared the logins, then locked the system, and walked to the back to clock out. As I was walking out the door to leave, I heard her telling a guest, I have no idea what's going on with this machine. I can't log in. To reset your key card, TLDR. I wiped all the key cards and locked out the key card machine for the CD hotel I was quitting. Edit, lest everyone think I'm a totally heartless person. The coworker relieving me was hardly innocent, but this wasn't about tell everyone how you were wronged at the worst job ever. However, as a sample, I was in line for the next desk manager position until I gave my notice. This coworker wanted the job, and before I gave my notice went about trying to have me fired. This coworker, on one memorable occasion, Flat out refused to initial my drop. At the end of a shift you drop all your money into the safe. Required for another employee, the person relieving you, to initial that they witnessed it, or you are liable for that money if it turns up missing. Then saying she saw me put a thick envelope in my purse as I was leaving. Stupid of her, since I made the drop and the money was there, but had the controller been dishonest and decided to keep the money, I'd have been screwed. That's one story point also. The hotel was practically a brothel. No families. Handful of businessmen. 95% were men with local addresses that had female friends over for the night. I know this because we had handwritten log cards, and part of my job every night, which I did that night too, was to check the cards for every room for accuracy. The entire Mayfair family lived in the hotel, so it was more of a get back at them not being able to get in their rooms. I agree, it was a horribly dickish thing to do. I was 20 and mad, can't take it back, would never do it again. When I was 15 over 16 I worked at a local video rental place. It was privately owned and was bootleg as hell. Pretty sure the owner used it as a front for something shady, but that's neither here nor there. The boss was too cheap to pay more than one person per shift, so I had the slow wed/Thursday night shifts all to myself. We were in this wicked rich, yuppie town, Concord MA, and 90% of our business consisted of local soccer moms bringing their kids in for a movie night. Most of these women were terrible people, overlords to their spoiled flock who would throw credit cards around without thinking twice, and would condescend everyone they deemed beneath them. We had a very basic computer system at the time, and there was a built-in function that wouldn't allow someone to rent another movie if they had over $10 of late fees on their account. The employees had the ability to override this at their discretion, or to lower the fees if they thought it appropriate. Anyway, one day this woman comes in with a bunch of kids. If I remember correctly it was 5 to 6 roughly 12 to 13-year-old boys. The kids were running around, pulling things off the shelves, making lots of noise, punching each other, pissing off other customers, and pissing me off as well. The woman didn't do shit about it, basically sat there gossiping on her cell phone, not caring about the scene her kids were causing. Being a very timid person by nature I didn't say anything and just figured I'd clean up the mess when they left. So the woman finally comes up to the counter with like 8 different movies, a few video games and a bunch of candy. She's standing there on the phone still, shoves the stuff at me across the counter and doesn't even acknowledge my presence. So I look up her account. Boom. $120 worth of late fees and 4 titles rented for 6+ months and still not returned. So I tried getting her attention, saying something like ma'am, while her back is turned. She gestures me off. So I stand there and do nothing. She finally hangs up a minute or so later, turns to me, and says something snarky like, well, what's taking so long? So I explain, ma'am, you have a very outstanding fee on your account and I can't let you rent any more movies until this is paid and the missing movies are returned. She flips a sheet, starts ranting that her daughter rents things in her name, never returns things, doesn't pay fees, and that she herself has done no wrong and the fee should be cleared, and she should be able to rent etc. I nod but say, this account still owes $120 and I can't allow you to rent until it's paid. Company policy, ma'am. I'm sorry but I don't make the rules. She starts going off again, saying ridiculous things, like I know the owner, he'll wipe out the debt in a heartbeat, you'd better let me rent, or I'll complain to him about how terrible his employees are etc. I tell her he's out of the country, which was true, and can't be reached, and she still owes $120. She beaches some more and finally pulls out the card. We had this ancient machine that, for reasons unknown to me, would only read a magnetic strip correctly if you wrapped the card in a plastic grocery bag. I have no idea why, but it was the only way it worked. So, as you can probably guess, I ran the card with no plastic wrap. Denied. Tried it again just for looks. Denied. I printed out a receipt and asked if she had cash. She didn't, and she was ripshit about the card. I showed her the receipt saying card not accepted and feigned indifference. She walked across the street to the bank, came back a few minutes later with the money and practically threw it at me. I took the payment and said, now, about those overdue movies. I don't suppose your daughter would like to return them for you, so you can rent these movies? I got the worst death glare I think I've ever received, and my mother can practically shoot lasers from her eyes, and the woman abandoned her stack of movies and stomped out. Not sure if we ever saw her again, but at the time 15-year-old me was so proud of myself for staying cool under pressure and faking with this woman pointin' seriously. Fack overprivileged soccer moms TLDR. Worked at a video rental store, got revenge on a rude soccer mom / rich beach with outstanding late fees and overdue movies. Well, this sounds kind of terrible now that I think about it, but I don't think anybody's going to see this anyway, so I might as well point a few months ago, I had driven to my parents' house pretty late in the day. After leaving, I'd noticed a dog had been hit and was lying in the middle of the road. So I parked my car and put on the emergency lights, with my headlights clearly illuminating the dog. I put on a pair of gloves. I'm an EMT. I always have a box of gloves in my car, not only because it's always a good idea to have a pair just in case, but because I often do this with animals that have been hit, out of respect, so I could move it to the side of the road, where it wouldn't be hit anymore. When I finally made it up to the dog, it had lifted its head and was breathing normally. Turns out, the car had only hit and broken the dog's back legs. The dog was fully responsive and didn't seem to have lost a lot of blood. Thinking this meant that the dog had a chance of living, I went to spread out a couple plastic bags in the backseat of my car. As I was doing this, I noticed a car speeding down the road. I had rushed to the side of the road, directing the car to move to the opposite side to avoid hitting the obviously visible dog lying in the road. Instead though, the driver ran right over the dog, right in front of me. Now, as an EMT, I've seen some pretty intense things, but I'm always just there for the aftermath. I was pretty freaked out to have watched this dog be brutally run over by a speeding car. I just stood there motionless, staring at the dog's remains. However, I noticed that the car pulled into a house only a couple houses down from my parents. Being blinded by a mixture of rage, shock, and disgust, I decided this dog needed a proper burial. It was about 1 in the morning by this point, so I went into my parents' backyard and grabbed a shovel and a wheelbarrow. I lifted the dog's body. It was still intact. The car was moving so fast it basically just squeezed out its insides into the wheelbarrow and wheeled to the driver's house, where I started to dig a 3-foot deep hole and lowered the dog's body inside and proceeded to bury it. I placed a large stone on top of the hole and left a note on the driver's door. The note said, "Hey, I'm sure you feel pretty bad about killing that dog last night, so I'm sure you won't mind that I buried it in your front yard." It's what she would have wanted. It was about 3 in the morning when I finally finished everything, and I left home feeling nothing but defeat afterward. TLDR, some guy killed a dog that I was trying to save, so I buried it in his front yard. Edit. Gosh, thanks for the gold, whoever that was. I honestly don't know how to find out who gave it to me, but I appreciate it. However, I do find it a little odd to get it 4 months later at almost 4 in the morning. Nonetheless, thank you. I used to hit the games of chance at my local amusement park quite often, but only played the ones where you compete against other park patrons. I got good at a handful of the games and could usually clean up on the prizes. I was playing one of those games where you spray water into a target, which made a little mechanical horse go in a little mechanical horse race. I had done my research, watched others play the game for about half an hour to determine which horse won most often. These games, having mechanical parts, can and often did get out of whack, making one horse faster than the others. I waited for about another 10 minutes to the guy sitting at spray gun #12 to leave and took his place. I started winning round after round. People would get pissed and leave, and I'd wait patiently for some new competitors who didn't realize what would happen to wander along. It would usually take me about an hour and a half total, but I would always win the daily limit point. After I'd been there for about an hour, a woman came up to me and loudly demanded that I move so her son could play. A bossy, beachy, obnoxious cow who insisted I play one of the other positions because that one always wins. No, it always wins. That's why I waited my turn, and so can your son. She turned to the guy running the game and demanded that I be forced to move to another location. The poor guy was flummoxed. He pointed out that we were both paying customers and that I was there first and he couldn't make me leave. The beach demanded to see the manager, who showed up about 20 minutes later. The beach was still there, hectoring the poor employee the entire time. The manager came up, listened to her beach for a few minutes, then patiently reiterated what his subordinate had already told her. She went ballistic, started screaming that the park was a rip-off, the employees as holes, etc. The poor manager just stood there patiently, taking her abuse. By this time I had 1 mile limit at the game. Arms loaded with stuffed animal prizes. I walked up to them and smiled at the manager. "Thanks for being reasonable," I said to him. "I know how much it sucks to have to stand there while bullies take advantage of the system to make your life miserable. So this is for you." I turned to the beach, got right in her face, and bellowed as loud as I could, "Fuck off, you revolting cunt." Half the park heard me. Spit literally flew out of my mouth, carried along by the torrent of wind. That was my mighty roar. Okay, sure, I had 3 very large pink and blue stuffed dogs in my arms, but trust me, it was a sight to behold. As I walked away I saw the manager smile and nod at me. The woman called to her kid, telling her to take my seat, but someone else was already sitting there. Ha. Well, this was one of my favorites. Being a cop in a small town, I would get a few large parties, 150 plus kids, with a lot of kids coming from outlying areas. I am generally pretty nice to the young adults who live in the area I police, and am generally well liked. But to the kids who come from different towns to party, well, they obviously don't know/like me. Anyhow, this one party, I pull up and start walking around, turning a little bit of a blind eye to the underage drinking. I talk to the homie owner's son, parents away, and just ask him to try and get rid of some people and move the party indoors and close the windows, as there have been too many neighbor complaints. He says he'll do what he can do. All nice and cordial. Anyhow, this one punk standing there with a lucky beer in his hand starts mouthing me off and bragging to his buddies. Just average shit like, "Hey pig, eat any donuts yet?" and just generally swearing and saying how I can't do shit about what he's saying and that I can't arrest him for dip as he's on private property. Dip equals drunk in a public place. I don't give him any satisfaction of acknowledgement. I have a thick skin, else I wouldn't be a cop. But I had other calls to attend to, so left. No further complaints from the party, as the homie owner asked many people to leave. A few hours later I'm driving back to the office, donut free, and pull over a car for doing 15 km/h over the limit on the highway. Usually I give cars at least 20 km/h on the highway before pulling them over, as well. That's what I normally do on the highway. Wouldn't be right to give people tickets for something I do all the time. Well, it's the dipshit driving who'd been mouthing me off. Amazing how nice he was to me at this point in time. Complete attitude change. I didn't let him know that I remembered him from the party, and I now had his name and vehicle plate, so I could always look out for him in the future. Long story short, he got tickets for speeding, only having one active headlight, failure to display an N sign, new driver law here. N on rear of vehicle lets other drivers know this person just got his license, having more than one non-family member passenger, another new driver law, and not wearing a seatbelt. As I remembered him drinking, I also demanded a roadside breathalyzer test. He wasn't drunk, but had some alcohol in his system. So I also give him a 24-hour roadside prohibition from driving, and towed his vehicle. I slept well that night. Also, 3 months later, after running his license on our system, the insurance company had prohibited him from driving for 3 months. So I used to work in a big chain bookstore, who at one point would accept returns without a receipt. One day, I was stuck on the register with a giant line and a woman cuts the entire thing and drops a huge bag of books in front of me. She tells me she wants to return them, and I tell her she needs to get in line. She looks at the 7 people behind her and scoffs, telling me I'm faking crazy and to do the return. I respectfully tell her no and to get online and I'll help her as soon as I can. She tears the bag off the counter, mutters something, and gets in line. When she finally gets back to me, she drops the books and just impatiently stares at me. I dig through the bag and the books have all obviously been read. Some have library stickers on them, and for the ones that don't, there's no receipt. I tell her that I can't do it and exactly why, and she responds by calling me a faking skinny ass cracker and that I'm a racist for not doing the return. I offer to call a manager over to explain why. She just says fuck you and storms off. When she does, I notice that she forgot her keys on the counter, which I promptly drop right into the garbage. About an hour or so later, I leave my store for the day and head to my car. On the way I see the same black lady standing by her car as a tow truck slowly lifts it up. She did not look happy. TL. Doctor, crazy black women called me a racist for not returning books, dropped her keys in the trash and went home. Posted this on a number of similar topics in the past with no luck. Hoping for some luck here. One time a few years ago, I was in a Tim Hortons and the line was long. So long, in fact, that it was out the door. The reason that the line was so long was because there was a 50-odd-year-old woman waiting at the deli counter to pick up her sandwich. The store was set up so that right inside the door was the deli counter, and further down the very narrow aisle was the cash register. Anyways, we are all kind of standing in the restaurant with a good 3 or 4 people waiting in line outside, and the only reason is because this woman isn't moving. So finally the guy behind her very politely, "We are Canadian," says, "Excuse me ma'am, do you mind moving forward a bit so we can pass?" She responds with a very beach no, because I'm here waiting for my sandwich and I'm not moving because I want to go out that door when I leave. Most of us give a little chuckle and can't believe her attitude, so people just start shoving by her. All seems well, but that old beach decides that after she gets her sandwich, she is going to address the whole line by yelling "See, it wasn't that hard, now was it?" Well, I was in an awful mood. She starts walking away from the line, so I yell, "Hey." She turns around, the whole line turns and looks at me, go, "Fuck yourself." As loud as I could point, there was honestly an uproar of laughing, clapping, and cheering as she stared at me with a mouth agape look and turned around scared for her life. Proudest moment. I used to DJ in a nightclub in Sydney. It was always a crowded club, but this night was busier than usual. I was crossing the dance floor with my hands full of sodas for the other DJs and promo girls in the booth when I tried to make my way past a group guys who were trying to creep on some hotties. I accidentally and unavoidably brush up against one guy to get past him, and I say, "Sorry, buddy." He turns around and starts pushing me, and then his friends start pushing their fingers in my chest and yelling at me. They were basically trying to look hard in front of the women in the club. I absolutely hate people who look for fights. So, they are yelling and pushing me in the direction of the DJ booth. The crowd has started to part in anticipation of a fight. The security guards see this and start coming over, and I give them a look letting them know to hold back. As the douches push me to the booth, I step up into the booth, turn the music down slowly, stare the first guy right in the eye. I'll let the silence hang for about 10 seconds. Their faces drop as they realize I'm the DJ, and I calmly say into the mix security. The guards grab them and drag them out of the club, and the crowd goes wild. I hit play on the console and my DJ partner had lined up the perfect song, "Where's Your Head At" by Basement Jaxx. I was about to begin a long domestic flight. I was seated next to one of those jerks who is smaller sized, but tries to take up as much space as possible, spreads knees as far as possible, so it comes in your space, leans into the common armrest, further encroaching on your space, etc. He also had on those obnoxious headphones that allowed a sheet to anyone sitting in the vicinity, and he had sheety taste in music. I hated this guy from the moment he sat down. There are 3 seats in our row. He has the window, I'm in the middle, and mystery guest has the aisle. Well, here comes mystery guest. A hugely obese guy. He has his wife in tow. She is even bigger, and, to top it off, her face is as hen and she just keeps moaning about how awful her stomach feels. Panic mode sets in. Then I look at the douche next to me and decide he needs a kick in the nuts. I jump up, say, "Sir, how about if I trade seats with your wife so you two can sit together, as she's not feeling well?" His face lights up and he thanks me profusely. Guy sitting next to me, meanwhile, has gotten suspicious and his sheety music comes to a sudden stop. He looks at me getting up The dots slowly connect in his monkey brain as he looks to his new neighbor, and, finally, he erupts. He yells, "Oh fuck man. Fuck you dude." I turned to him and laughed with glee as I exited the row. Enjoy your flight motherfucker. This is Long Point. Years ago, I worked security for a major resort. We had 2 valet services, and people were horrible pricks all the time. On one occasion, a guy parked his Maserati in the valet, didn't leave the keys, and ran in. He yelled at the attendants, "Touch my faking car and I'll have you fired." He was in the middle of the 2 lanes and nobody could get around or through the valet, which was a major ingress/egress. The attendants don't know what to do. On my normal patrol, my partner and I see the car and ask the attendant what's up. He tells us the circumstances. We make a snap judgment to get some go jacks and move the car. So, we move it across 3 lots, about as far as you can get from the valet. We tell the valet guys to just tell the guy security moved your car, and then take their time giving him our number. And then we put a boot on not 1, but 2 of his wheels. We have dispatch put a camera on the car and go about our business. 10 minutes later, dispatch gives us a call. The guy is irate, screaming at the dispatchers, "I was only 5 minutes. How the fuck dare you touch my car? I'll have all your jobs. Where's my faking car?" Dispatch tells him where he can go get his car, but we are not there. Our standard operating procedure was to wait 45 minutes from when we got the call to remove a boot to when we actually removed it, because rudeness shall never go unpunished. So, we show up, the dude is fuming. He's called dispatch several times, threatened all of them and us with physical harm, the works. We get there. There are 4 of us, armed. None of us under 6 feet 0 or 230 lbs. He proceeds to be in his hole. We take our time with the boots. After 1 boot is off, I notice, on his floorboard, a small baggie of a white substance. I ask him what it is, while my partner calls the police. He starts backtracking. "Oh man, please just let me go. Don't call the cops. Oh no man, please. If you weren't such a dick, we would never have been here, and we would never have seen your stash. Your priggishness got you in this situation." The cops show up, find that baggie and 5 more, plus a scale. All meth. TLDR, dickhead parks like a dickhead, gets arrested for meth. I made an account just to share this story. It's a shame it'll get buried. I worked at a McDonald's in a very affluent neighborhood of the city I reside in. I was taking someone's payment for drive-thru when my manager, a beautiful person, comes up crying, complaining of a customer being overly aggressive with her. I knew I would get fired, but in an enraged fit I approached the till of the customer. The woman, a very large, well-dressed individual, was complaining about a 10-cent increase on a McFlurry and saying it was disgusting that a place could run like this. I had second thoughts and agreed, but she started to rip into me and with a sudden snap, replied, "You know I'm going to quit after saying this, so any concerns you have you can proceed to shove up your large rectum. Am I getting paid to program it ill? No, I get paid minimum to hear your concerns day after day. Everyone here has had enough." My manager, trying to salvage my job, proceeded to make her a McFlurry for free and placed it on the counter. As she reached for it, I grabbed it and spat the biggest loogie of my life into it in front of the customer. I then calmly placed it on the counter and told her to have a nice day. After my job was terminated, I removed my shirt, yelling the "Mig happy day is over," and proceeded to give random customers the finger. TLDR, I spit in someone's McFlurry and then got naked. It was more or less something somebody else did that made his day worse, and he was more outraging than just being rude. But whatever, I'm driving with my girlfriend through a residential neighborhood where I go to make a left turn at a T-shaped stop sign intersection. Speed limit in this particular area is 15, and this guy in a fancy new 2-toned Mustang comes zipping around the corner towards me from the left going at least 30. It's curved, so you can't see him until the absolute last moment when he's going that fast, so he came close to T-boning me. He honks and starts yelling at me, so I flip him off. Bad idea, and I accept that. He is then overcome with road rage, hangs a U-turn, and then follows me halfway down the narrow road. He then passes me on the left against traffic and very nearly runs over a couple of little kids playing in the yard right in front of their mother before pulling in front of me and stopping point. He starts getting out of his car and approaches me, yelling about how I better hope my girlfriend can protect me because he's going to kick my ass, etc. The mother appears out of nowhere furious wielding a brick. The guy starts telling her to call the police. Why? So he can tell them that I flipped him off before he broke 5 laws simultaneously. She charges the guy yelling, "Fuck you, you nearly ran over my kids, you asshole, and you want me to call the police? Do you like your pretty Mustang? Get the fuck out of here before I put a hole in it." The man clearly did like his pretty Mustang as he turned right around and drove away, car intact, but pride in shambles. TLDR, man takes brick right to the ego. This will probably get buried. Point was walking around my neighborhood one night to clear my head and all, feeling pretty depressed when I was coming up on some kids playing with a football in the middle of the street. I'm minding my own business when one of the kids yells to get my attention. For the record, it was a cold night, so I had on a really warm jacket and my hair was pulled up in a ponytail. And yes, I'm a female. I slow my walk to give this kid my attention, thinking they might need help or something. The little bastard then proceeds to say, "Hey, are you a girl?" I give him a look of disbelief and respond with a confused yeah. He then turns to his friends laughing as they then begin to laugh at me and says, "Told you." I just kept walking. I was never one to stand up for myself, and I was truly bothered that they had the gall to laugh at me like that. I already felt like shit about myself, so I get this idea in my head. I literally sprinted around the block again and slowed my pace. As soon as the kids got into view again, I called to the kid that stopped me and asked, "Hey, are you a boy?" He and his friends stop to look at me and he responds with a confused yeah. I then say, "Ha, you've got some pretty big tugs on you," and just kept walking. To which he just stands there in shame as his friends start to laugh at him. It felt good. I have worked as a trader for a brokerage company. We had an online trading platform, similar to a trade for example. They are all relatively similar on the consumer level. Oftentimes, trades would be mistakenly places by our clients. Mistakes are often made, especially if you are trading frequently. Every once in a while we would system or technical issues that would pop up. If it is our fault, we make it right. I had someone call in absolutely irate about such a mistake. I tried my best to lighten the mood, but he wasn't having it. He was extremely hostile, rude and belligerent. I kept trying to explain the repercussions of reversing or changing a trade, but he wouldn't let me finish. So I did as instructed. When I reversed the trade, he now took a sale that earned him several $1,000s and turned it into a paper loss. That particular position popped and then never returned to that price again. He was so upset that the trade didn't execute when he wanted it to, that he ignored the fact that our errant trade earned him a bunch of money and essentially had perfect timing given the volatility of the stock. We hung up, and then I saw under his activity he called back 2 minutes later, probably realizing what a stupid mistake it was, to try and reverse the whole thing. No dice. There was a note on his account from that point forward that he called back, this time even more angry. After we explained that we couldn't go back and post-date a trade, I learned from a coworker that he screamed into the phone for a good 15 seconds and then hung up. What's that old saying? You collect more flies with honey than vinegar. Cheers. I was visiting San Francisco with my girlfriend, and we planned a long day out on the town. It was mid-afternoon, and we were several bus stops away from our hotel when I decided to take a seat on a bench. Well, wouldn't you know it, a bum had diarrhea shat all over the bench. My favorite shorts were covered in bum sheet. I ran into a nearby Starbucks bathroom and gave my girlfriend instructions to find a store as soon as possible and buy me shorts, any shorts she could find. So she goes off in a valiant search to find me some new shorts while I'm in the bathroom completely naked from the waist down. Did I mention that on this one particular day I had decided to freeball it, which is something I never do, and I'm washing my shorts vigorously in the sink. By vigorously, I mean I'm ripping the soap dispenser off the wall to drain it of every last drop of precious detergent and discovering new uses for toilet paper's cleaning properties by the second. After about 2 minutes there is a knock on the door, and I say occupado. It couldn't be more than a minute later that I hear the lock turn in the door. It swings open, and there I am, taking a bath in the sink. Think Ace Ventura. They kick me out, barely even letting me put my shorts back on in the process, and I'm stuck on the streets with completely wet shorts, still semi-covered in bum sheet. My girlfriend finally comes back empty-handed. She couldn't find anything. She had even resorted to asking random strangers, but came up empty in the end. Well, that meant we had just one option. Get back to the hotel as quickly as possible. We get on a bus to head back toward our hotel, and on this bus is a very rude older lady. The bus was jam-packed, which made keeping my sheet covered as from touching anything quite a chore. Every bump in the road and stop we made was an eye-cringing close call from accidentally rubbing up on someone. As this lady continues to yell at people and ruin everyone's day, an idea of pure genius hit me. I could kill two birds with one stone. I made my way over to the rude lady and stood right next to her. Slowly I turned my body away until I was facing away from her. As the next stop came, I allowed my body to sway into her and rested my sheet as all over her for the remainder of the drive. Her insults directed at me were the most wonderful feeling insults I've ever experienced. TLDR, I rubbed my poopy butt all over a rude lady on a bus. After a friend of mine and I had finished practicing gymnastics, shut up, backflips are cool, we began our journey back home in my sheety Volkswagen convertible. We approached a traffic light, and in front of us in the lane was an elderly couple in one of those hot in the 50s cars that are pointier than a porcupine, and behind us is a large SUV with your typical jerky looking older couple, fattish man with weird sunglasses and too much jewelry, and wife with poofed up hair, pink tracksuit, and huge sunglasses. As soon as the light turned green, the man in SUV behind me started blasting his horn and yelling for the elderly couple to move, literally not a millisecond after it had turned green. Since they were quite old and had that fragile and innocent look to them, I instantly got passively aggressive. The old man in front drives off at the speed limit, while I got the great idea to be a vigilante of elders. Since this was a business/main street, the speed limit was 35. However, I was in no hurry. Making sure no one was behind the SUV, I proceeded at the comfortable speed of 5 miles per hour, blasting my music and laughing with my bud as the horrible people behind us continued to get angry. If they had only a bit more patience, they wouldn't have had to get stuck behind me in that one-lane street for another good 30 minutes going at a slow speed. I only hope that the elder couple saw what I had done and smiled at the misfortune as much as I did. I used to be the manager of a Haagen-Dazs ice cream shop. I loved that job, but every once in a while you got a terrible customer. One day, there was a customer being a huge douche. She asked for a milkshake with whipped cream. Our shakes were usually pretty thin, unless you paid extra for a thick shake. Well, she said she wanted it to be thick this time, unlike the last few times, where they were watery and gross. I told her sure, but that would be an extra $1, since we have to put in an extra scoop of ice cream. She said she wasn't going to pay for extra thick, she just wants it thicker. I said the best I could do is put in less milk, to which she agreed. I finished blending the shake and poured it into the cup. She didn't like the fact that it wasn't filled to the brim, so she decided to berate me. Of course it wasn't filled to the brim. I put in less milk at your request. I told her putting on the whipped cream would fill it up. She let me put on the whipped cream, which did make it seem more full. If you put the whipped cream on properly, it causes a shake to rise on the sides. I started to hand it to her, but she told me she wasn't going to pay for that. She demanded I make a new one. I told her it's going to come out the exact same, so I won't make her a new one unless she is willing to pay the extra $1 for an extra thick shake. Again, she continued to yell at me. I decided it was best to ignore her at that point. I said have a nice day and thank you for the milkshake. I then took a sip and said delicious. Then walked to the back room. TLDR, my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. I work for a large cable company. I have been there for almost 10 years, so I have seen it all. A few months ago, I was dispatched to a customer who was having issues with his service. I rang the doorbell, and his daughter answered the door and let me in. I took off my sweater folded it and placed it on the coffee table so that I could start working in the system. The customer comes downstairs and just screaming like a maniac about how he was charged $15 for me to roll out. I explained to him that I'm just the service tech and any billing questions are resolved through the call center. After 15 minutes of complete verbal harassment, he walked up to me within inches and just shoved me into the wall. At this point I knew I needed to defuse the situation by leaving, so I grabbed my jacket off the coffee table and what I thought were my keys. I walked out to my truck, only to realize my keys were in my pocket, and I was holding another set of keys in my hand. Without hesitation I started my truck and drove off with 3 different car keys, house keys, padlock keys, all kinds of keys. They have been in my cup holder in my truck for a few months. I like to think that he spent days lifting up couches and mumbling they are always in the last place you look until folding and replacing laser cut keys to his VW and Mercedes. Point fuck him and any of you who think this was excessive. It was accidental justice. Oh, this is funny. This was posted. Just happened to me yesterday. I was at the convenience store buying a drink for my wife and the lady behind the counter was extremely rude. I was also picking up a pack of cigarettes for my father. First off, I have a full beard and look like I'm 30, which I understand is no excuse not to show my ID or for them to ask for it. But this lady asked for it, and when she was given it, I did not say anything to her about asking for my ID. Just to clarify, I just handed to her normally, no attitude. She starts bending it, looking at it, expecting it in the light, flicked it a few times, like she was looking for it to be fake. She then scratches with her nail on the back of it on the bar strip, then finally scans it. She sees it's real and such, and then tells me 12.98 and I pay. She then throws my change on the counter and says have a nice day in a real rude way. Note, I have not been rude to her at this point. She just seemed very agitated from other customers and the parking lot was getting redone and some drivers drove on it, so the whole store was all pissy. I told her, at this point I was getting mad at how rude she was. Why don't you grab me a bag for this stuff, ma'am? And she grabs one then pops it real loud in a very rude way. I tell her, right by her boss, who was walking by, and you can lose that attitude while you're at it. And her boss stops and asked if there was a problem with the store clerk I had. I told her how her clerk was being rude and I had done nothing. Right then and there the boss turned to the clerk and said grab your stuff and go home. Now, sweet justice. I was biking the other day on the municipal biking paths and this young lad was swerving like a drunkard all over the lanes, generally just being disruptive to the other bikers that were trying to enjoy the scenery. He is moving quite slowly, given that most of his energy is spent on moving sideways. Not surprising. So I eventually get to him and I try to pass him. So I shout a few times that I'm passing on the left. The little derp turns around, smirks at me, and completely ignores my polite request to yield. He carries on snaking around and I figure, screw it, I don't want to get injured because of some douchebag. However, eventually the path leads to an uphill turn right at the edge of a parking lot. In other words, concrete wall right at the end of a very sudden turn which happens to also have a decently steep incline. Now I'm already thinking about evil things to do to this crazy bastard, so I call out once again to give him a final opportunity to save himself. Obviously he pretends not to hear me, and at this point I just pedal as hard as I can. Now, Mr. Douche decided he wanted to try and stop me from overtaking on the turn, so he sped up considerably. I get to the turn just barely before he does, and I see his front wheel snug between the wall and my back wheel. Right as the corner curves I hit the turn as tightly and abruptly as I can. Then I brake hard on my front wheel to force my bike frame to rotate inwards and crush this retard into the concrete. My bike jitters a little from the impact, but my bike is significantly bulkier than this guy's, so no harm done to me. When I turn around I see the kid has fallen off his bike and is trying to nurse a few bruises. I didn't think my work was done, so I decided to yell out, don't say I didn't tell you to yield, son, for good measure. Important background info. In India it's very common for women to try and lighten their skin. For some reason, it is considered ugly to be darker skinned. This becomes evident when you see a woman wearing makeup several shades lighter than her skin tone. It looks like they are wearing a mask, seriously. I'm of Indian descent. I've seen this fuckery firsthand. Let's jump into the story. Point: I used to work as a beauty consultant for Estee Lauder Cosmetics at a department store. One day a young Indian couple walks up to the counter and the wife asks my opinion about a few shades of foundation powder. I tell her to go with tone 2 instead of tone 1, as tone 1 is way too light for her. In reality, tone 2 was still a bit too light, but there was no way I was gonna convince her to get something darker. She looked kind of offended at my advice and I explained to her that she looked better in tone 2. Side note, I have a very Indian first name, and I was wearing a name badge. I have no idea how they overlooked this fact point. So the wife says to me, okay, well I'll get tone 1, but it's not for me, it's for my sister. Her husband looks at her and in Hindi says, you're getting this for your sister? Why? To which she replies back in Hindi, no, I'm not, it's really for me. But this girl doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. I'm not that dark. She's obviously stupid. I smile and reply in Hindi, oh, what part of India are you guys from? The wife nearly shat herself from embarrassment, and the husband nearly shat himself from laughing so hard. That guy had tears in his eyes. She grabbed his hand, and they left the store. Background to the story: I live in Quebec and region up north. It was the middle of the winter, and it was freezing cold outside. This is back from when I was working in a supermarket. The store opened his door only in 20 minutes, and when I look at the main entrance I see this nice looking old lady knocking at the door. She looks like she's freezing, so as a good soul I am, I go open the door for her and tell her she has to wait in the entrance until the store's open, or I'm gonna have problems with my boss. She nods and then I get back to works. No later than 2 minutes she's in the store with a cart and starting her grocery. I go back to her and tell her she has to wait at the entrance for at least 15 more minutes cause the store is not open, that I only let her in so she doesn't freeze outside. She starts complaining about why she can't just begin her grocery now, and she's being really bitchy about it. I'm tired to argue with her, and at this point I have more important stuff to do, so I just let it go and leave her do her grocery. The next week I see the exact same lady, 20 minutes before the store opens, knocking at the door, so I'll let her in. I simply shake my head in disapproval and keep doing my stuff. It was snowing, it was faking cold outside. I opened the store at 8:15 that day. She was mad, so mad, and I was feeling so good. The following weeks she arrived at 8:30. I think she got it probably buried, but this is good timing for me. Point: this weekend, I was taking the bus home from a bar at like 2 AM, pretty drunk. I get on, and it's just me, an old guy, and 2 cute girls sitting together. So I sit down, start bullshitting on Reddit from my phone, when this douchey thug type gets on and sits right behind the girls. Immediately, he has his hands on the back of their seats, and is trying and failing miserably to flirt with them. Numerous times, they ask him to stop, say they are utterly disinterested, eventually cling him ugly, and to fuck off. Point: still this guy doesn't take a hint. He keeps going on and on, saying they should come over to his place, have wine and such, since he said one of the girls looked Italian. Trying to impress them further, this smug moron says that he speaks it, and proceeds to try and call them beautiful young angels in a language that he obviously didn't speak. Point: I did, and that's where I lost it. I haven't really gotten to practice since I spent a summer in Sicily a few years ago, but I could still tell that he had just mangled the sentence. So, loudly and pointedly, I raised my voice and said the phrase that he meant to properly, then told him as much. Taken aback and probably feeling dumb, he said that I probably was just making that up and didn't know Italian. So with the 2 girls now watching and giggling, I proceeded to go on for about 15 seconds in Italian about how he was a tactless, brutish, and repugnant snob. They didn't know what I said, but he didn't doubt my ability after that point. Instead, he just said, "Hey, fuck off dude, learn to mind your own damned business." Now this pissed me the fuck off. Hypocrisy like this never ceases to amaze me, and though I'm generally pretty non-confrontational, but I was drunk, and riding public transit every day makes us guys feel horrible for all those innocent girls who have to deal with the creeper of old men, neckbeards and douchebags. I informed that I would mind my own business when he learned to do the same, since I'd just watched him harass the shit out of these two poor girls who made it clear that they wanted nothing to do with him. At this point, the girls were laughing at him, telling him to listen to me, and that he was just making himself look like an idiot. This went on for another stop or two until he started focusing on me again, spouting shit, then finally getting a bit quieter when he got no reaction. I pretty much ignored him while I got a pen out of my bag and wrote name and number down on a scrap of paper. Now normally I would never do this because, as evidenced above, I absolutely hate guys that do this shit, but I really just wanted to spite this motherfucker as much as I could. So when my stop came, I intently walked over to the pair of girls, smiled broadly, offered the paper, and told them to give a call next time and as whole won't leave you alone. Both girls laughed. One enthusiastically said it'll be sure to, and I walked off the bus, but not before giving the douche in question the most triumphant of smirks. The morning after, I got a text from one, thanking me for fighting for them, and asking me if I wanted to drink and smoke in the park sometime this week. We did yesterday and really hit it off. So in a way, I suppose I should feel rather grateful to Mr. Bustouch. Chivalry always wins. TLDR called out a moron who wouldn't stop hitting on two disinterested girls. Not only made him look like a complete idiot, but ended up with the number of the girl he was bugging too. I'm a manager at Tim Hortons, coffee/donuts ECT, and have a few stories. I'll share two of them. Both involve the drive-thru point. The first goes like this. There was a woman working who was taking the orders in drive-thru. This involves having a headset on, listening to what the person is ordering, typing in their order, and telling the customer their price total. This woman taking orders is from Trinidad and had a minor accent, so small it was barely noticeable. I was not in drive-thru at this time, but had a headset on and could hear everything. A customer pulls up and, based on the price board in the drive-thru, asks for the coffee, that is $1.54. So the woman punches in the correct order and says your total is $1.72. Please pull ahead. The customer complained, no, I want the $1.54 coffee. The customer did not want to listen to the fact that the price changes once taxes are added. Understanding that the customer wanted to pay less for the coffee, the woman offers a smaller sized coffee, but the customer gets even more mad and yells, no, I want the coffee that's $1.54, and asks, do you speak English, referencing to her accent. The customer eventually pulls up to find a person on window who is new and also has an accent. The customer assumes, without even asking the window person, that they cannot get the correct coffee because they don't speak English. This is when I come in. The customer started off by asking me if I spoke English. I said yes, and told her that she wants the $1.54 coffee, but with taxes the total comes to $1.72. I made sure to use the exact same words as the woman who took the order. She finally seems to understand and says okay, I'll get that then. But, after the rude remarks she made, that I found racist, I told her you were rude to my employees. You can order that coffee the next time you come in. Have a good day, and I shut the window on her. She was yelling and throwing a tantrum, but eventually left without a drop of coffee. TLDR, woman came into drive-thru, was racist, I denied her service, and she was pissed. My other story is shorter. We had a new girl on the drive-thru window. She was a shy part-timer, only 15, and that day was her first day. Since it was her first day and a busy Saturday morning, I was standing by her side. A man drives up who had come in earlier and received a coffee cup that had a hole in the bottom and leaked in his car. So he takes it out on this poor girl. He is yelling at her, your cup leaked all over my faking car. You need to pay for this. Blah blah. I have a stick up my ass. He didn't ask to speak to a manager. He just took it out on this girl. I felt really bad for her. She had no idea what was going on and probably thought she did do something wrong. So I go to the window and interrupt him. Excuse me sir, did this girl make your cup? He asks what? I responded, did she make your cup? Because you're yelling at her like it's her fault. It's not fair fault. She did not make your cup. We at this store did not make your cup. That cup was made in Toronto. If you have a problem, talk to Tim Hortons in Toronto and they can pay for your interior. He seemed mad I was rude to him, embarrassed for being a dick. TLDR, man was yelling at a new girl because a factory in Toronto made a faulty cup. I told him off and embarrassed him. I once had a show with my band, with 2 other bands, in small city about 200 kilometers away from my town. My band members went there earlier than me, so I drove alone. After driving 10 minutes I saw 2 hitchhikers, female. I stopped as it was full and pretty cold, and I thought a little chat would keep me entertained while driving, and it turned out they want to go to the gig too. I didn't say that I was the drummer because I was tired of all the same questions every time. After about 1 hour driving, they started talking about how they want to get in the club for free and just use someone from a band or so to let them in. That it is too bad that I'm not in one of the bands, so I could let them in. But I wouldn't look like a musician anyway, because I would be too boring. I didn't say much, because it was fun to listen to them, and not sexy enough for a musician. That they'll dress slutty and pretend being attracted to one of the guys, and as soon as they are inside let them pay 1 or 2 drinks, and then ditch them. And after the concert they just have to find an idiot to drive them back. They actually asked me after saying that if I'll drive them back. Haha, it went on like that for the next hour, until we finally arrived. So, we got out of the car, I waited for them to dress slutty, red lipstick, got rid of the coat's cleavage, knee-high boots, push-up CCT.ECT, and then we walked to the entrance. At the entrance I showed my band member pass to the bouncer, told him in front of the girls to not let them in, wished them a nice concert, and went in. Faces, priceless. I was at a bar a few nights ago. The place was a shithole, and one of those places that hold your credit card when you open a tab, but they had a musician I really like playing there. Watched the show, went to pay my tab, bartender tells me some girl just paid that. Asked my girl if she paid, nope. Went back up. Long story short, some chick told them I had told her to close out for me. They let her sign my name and handed her my credit card. I get pissed. I sit down with the general manager, tell him I'm also in the restaurant/hospitality business and that they faked up. After talking with him for a few minutes, he prints out the receipt. Half of what's on there are not my charges. I tell him there is no way I'm paying for that and to avoid charges on my now stolen card. He does. Then he gets all pissed off and starts being a dick. He also leaves his wallet unattended on the crowded bar. I snatch it just to prove a point. He doesn't notice, but a minute later is telling me I'm done with you, dude. Get out. Get the fuck out of my bar. As he's coming at me to chase me off, I tell him, yeah, you're done with me? Are you sure? Don't you want this? I pull the wallet from my pocket and smile. He looks at me, dumbfounded, and I tell him that he needs to tighten sheet the fuck up. You let some chick steal my card, and I took your wallet from under your nose. You don't know what the fuck is going on. The stupid, embarrassed look on his face as he ushered me out of the place was damn satisfying. A few years ago, I was working in a print shop, and I was the first one in that morning. I got into my office, turned on a neon open sign, and got to work. However, I forgot to unlock the front door, and, right at the stroke of 9 AM, a man showed up and started knocking. He was maybe around his late 50s to early 60s, and he's at the door wanting to come in. I apologetically unlock the door and let him in, and, right there and then, the phone rings. Normally, most people would wait while I saw who it was before putting them on hold so I could tend to the customer at hand, but he felt 3 seconds was too long to wait, and he loudly asks me if my, now former, business partner is there. I tell him that he is not in at the time and continue the phone call, and, just as I'm about to put whoever was on the phone on hold, he loudly interrupts my phone call to bark at me with, well, does he still work here or not? To which I replied, I guess he still works here. The boss name is still on the door. In the blink of an eye, I'm now faced with an old man in a pretty spectacular hissing fit for someone who's falling apart at the joints saying, I don't need no smartest giving me no goddamn attitude. I'll get my sheet printed elsewhere. And he slams my door as he's walking out. He never even told me what he wanted, but I, in a fit of rage thought, no, the fuck. You didn't just slam my door. so I quickly ran outside, saying in a very apologetic voice, Sir, please wait. Then he turned around sporting a sheet-eating grin and clearly expecting an apology for whatever it was he perceived I did to him. Then I told him bluntly, don't need any. He suddenly had this stroke-like perplexed look on his face as he incredulously asked, excuse me, to which I answered, it's I don't need any smartest giving me any attitude, sir. You shouldn't use double negatives in a sentence, because it's not grammatically correct and very unprofessional. The look on his reddening face as he stomped off to whatever inbreeding ranch he rode his high horse from totally made what had, up until that point, been a sheet day. I work for an ISP and our billing department has no shortage of rude customers. At the time, whenever you took a call you had to give your full name to the customer. This has since been changed. The best I've experienced was a customer who hasn't paid his bills. We had sent him several notices, informing him that service would be cut off if he didn't pay. So finally we have to cut off his service, and he is immediately on the phone. He starts giving some new girl in billing a hard time about him being out of the country on business for the past 2 months. She remains polite and tries to help him. She even offers to give him an extension on the pay date and open his service for that period. He then goes on a rant about how he deserves better than this and wants the bill erased because of the poor service she is providing. He owes the company like $500+ at this time. She refuses, and the guy then starts beating her and threatening her with violence. The company runs a zero tolerance policy on this type of behavior. The new girl flags down her manager while the guy is still ranting, tells him what's going on, and the manager then starts recording the call. The guy then gets warning number 1 that the call is now being recorded. She tells him she would love to help, but he needs to calm down. He is now on his smartphone and has found her Facebook page, complete with address and everything. He starts reading of her address and the girl is now pretty shaken. At this time my department has been involved and we are now live monitoring the call. We send her a pop-up that we are redirecting the call in 2 minutes and that we have alerted the police. She gives the guy a final warning stating that the police will get involved if he doesn't calm down so they can resolve the issue. He ignores it and proceeds to threaten to bomb the call center she is working in. I redirect the call and he is now on the line with me, a 300-pound guy with a very white sounding voice. I inform him the police has been called and we will be cutting his service permanently. The second I'm done saying this, I hear police pounding on his door. He starts apologizing and begging for forgiveness. I tell him it's a little too late for that and wish him a good day and hang up. The girl got the rest of the day off and some help setting up her Facebook page. TLDR, guy got arrested for threatening girl that was just doing her job. This just happened yesterday. I work at GameStop. A customer had bought both the collector's edition of Halo 4 and the new Halo 360, so he didn't need the extra copy that came bundled with the system. Anyways, he sold it back to us. Cool. The next person in line is this 14 to 15-year-old boy saw the guy trade in the game and asked to buy it. I asked if he had a parent with him and he told me she was in the car and she won't come in. I was pretty empathetic, saying sorry buddy, but I have to ask your mom's permission. I'm about to move on to the next person in line when he shoves his phone in my face and says his mom wants to talk to me and she's mad. I wasn't going to dignify the lazy beach by telling her over the phone, so I explained to the kid that I needed to ask her in person. A couple minutes later she comes in, cuts the line, puts her finger in my face and says my son plays these mature games all the time and he can have whatever the fuck he wants. How dare you make me come in here? I should smack you, you faking beach. To which I responded, well ma'am, I'm deeply sorry, but now there's no chance he's getting this one. I walked back to my register and sold the new copy of Halo for the pre-owned price to an eager father and son in line and they were very grateful. TLDR, woman was a beach, went home Halo 4 less. I went to a party at my friend's old college house. We vaguely knew the 4 girls who moved in, but mostly were there for the novelty of seeing the transformation of their dirty bro cave turned into a real home. It's a small party, more like a large get together, and my 5 or 6 friends and I are playing some drinking games with the girls and reminiscing. There's two guys and a girl sitting on the floor out in the hallway to the side of the main room, where everyone was gathered. One of the two guys was acting all flirty with the girl, but both of these guys seem a bit introverted, so I smile and say hey as I'm heading past them to the bathroom, expecting to introduce myself and invite them all to come over and play. Instead, both guys pretty much sneer at me, which I thought was weird, because I was genuinely trying to be friendly. Oh well, I thought. The bathroom is right there next to the group, so I head in. I shut the door, and hear one of the guys say, "What a faking douche." I can just tell. I figured they were talking about someone else, but sure enough they talking about me. So I listened for a few minutes, while these two guys discussed their innate skill at determining the worth of a complete stranger. It wouldn't have bugged me if we had been at odds, maybe if I had hit on his girl, but hell, I was just being friendly. So I decided to just prove them more wrong, and hopefully salt their game with the girl in the process. I opened up the bathroom door and immediately beelined to front door, went straight out to my car, and grabbed a 24-pack of Coors Light, top shelf for college parties, that was still cold. When I came back in I went straight up to the two guys and their girl, and with a genuine smile, offered them all a beer, and asked them if they wanted to hop on a game of flip cup. They sheepishly accepted the beers, and declined the invitation. Meanwhile the girl just looked from them to me, cracked a huge grin, and then burst out laughing. The two guys left 5 minutes after finishing their beers and the girl stayed. Point action. Words TLDR. Tried to be friendly to two introverts at a party, got called a douche behind my back, so I smiled and gave them beers to make them look like douches in front of the girl they were trying to impress. I remember back home where they have these small buses, like you can't stand up in them, small, usually run by poorer folks as a source of income semi-legally. Point there are run by a crew of two, a driver and a conductor. The bus is almost full. This dude comes on the bus. The stop we picked him up at is in a very violent area and the dude immediately starts elbowing people and acting the ass. The bus conductor is a little slim fellow and has a voice like a mouse, and he was telling the dude to try to get a seat and allow other people to have a quiet trip. Point dude starts raging about random shit and starts wriggling around and eventually pulls out his knife and starts opening and closing it while refusing to pay his fare. Point the conductor ignores him and we all try to just finish the ride. The dude then starts kicking the back of the seat in front of him. Bear in mind, this is a Toyota Hiace minivan packed to gills with people trying to just get to work. Point the bus is so small the conductor is hunched over and has his hand resting on the back of the seat the dude is kicking. Point dude makes a particular savage kick and crushes the conductor's fingers. Imagine, if you will, mild-mannered Bruce Banner, skinny and mousy. Imagine World War Hulk levels of rage within 5 seconds. The conductor grabbed the dude and unleashed a torrent of the loudest, vilest, most heinous Jamaican curse words I have heard in decades. You could almost see him physically get bigger and see the bad dude shrink down. Point the dude started blubbering and crying, saying he was sorry and he didn't mean it and how the conductor should have mercy and take time with him. He reached and paid his fare and begged to be let off, even though we were in the middle of nowhere. Point an awesome moment. I work in retail in Texas, and so naturally we have a relatively high Hispanic population, which I'm very proud of considering I'm half Hispanic. Now we close at 9 p.m. 6/7 nights and people generally like to come in to browse in the last 10 minutes, so I have gotten used to it, but one night topped all others. It's 8:50 and my manager and I are going through the process of closing all of the registers and counting our change fund and whatnot. Cue raging Spanish speaking bitch who must have her 85 pounds desk brought up to the front at this very second. I very politely tell her I will go pull her desk in just one moment as my manager has money in his hands and cannot, and I'm just finishing up another transaction. She huffs and puffs about how terrible the service is, but I just smile and go grab her desk. As soon as I get up to the front of the store she tells me that her husband works for Ups and she wants the discount that she read about online. We have a contract with Ups as we are a drop-off location. I smile and say, okay, do you have the card with you? Her husband looks at me and politely says no, but I can try and pull it up. So after 20 minutes of looking for his information and listening to her bitch about how unorganized we are and how we should be fired for not taking care of the customer, blah blah, I tell her that I will take a 10% discount off anyways, and when they get the card to bring it in, and we would return the difference. Ups discount is 15% or something. Husband is thankful and dragon lady goes into overtime beaching. As I'm ringing them up, she has switched to Spanish to comment on my managers and my lack of intelligence. Little does she know I speak Spanish, and at the end of the transaction I look at her with a smile and say, you really shouldn't call people idiotic assholes just because you think they don't understand. She turns redder than ever and shuts up completely while her husband looks mortified and apologizes. Sorry for long post. I was previously employed by a certain nationwide rent-to-own company in Albuquerque and was responsible for my casa load of customers paying their rental dues on time. My worst customer was this mid-30s suburban guy named Manuel. It was always a hassle to get his payments, and he was usually a smug prick. One day before a long weekend, the only way I had to get my outstanding accounts numbers down was to get his payment for a portable DVD player he'd rented and very nearly paid off. I must have stopped by his house and knocked on his door at least 6 times during the course of the day. His car was always outside, and I often heard him inside joking about me out there knocking. Cut to day's end and I make one last stop at his place, and am shocked when he opens the door and thrusts the DVD player into my hands and says, "Here it is, you annoying motherfucker. Now you can stop knocking on my door. I'll be in on Monday to make my last payment." He slams the door in my face, and I head back to the store. Well, this certain nationwide chain has a policy where, if a customer's payment is late, and they give us the item back in lieu of payment, the item can be purchased by anyone for the amount remaining to be paid for the product. This guy had one payment of $20 remaining for the DVD player, so once I got back to the store I bought it. When Monday finally comes around, I'm lucky enough to be at the counter. When he comes in, he slams his $20 down and says, "I'm here for my DVD player." "What DVD player, Manuel? You mean my DVD player that you returned to us last week and that I then bought?" "The DVD player?" I replied. Needless to say, the next several minutes were marked with much invective, swearing, and foaming at the mouth on his part, and explaining of the contract he signed on mine. To this day I still have that DVD player, although I've never actually watched anything on it. Its purpose is not to entertain me with movies, but to remind me of the look on that sheethead Manuel's face. I live about 20 miles north of downtown, where I take an express bus in every day to commute. The crowd is almost always people like me, normal folks just going to work and back, so it's typically a quiet and very civil commute. One day after work I get on my bus heading north to go home, and notice a teenage couple get on, and they are very loud and obnoxious, but not specifically bothering anyone. After about a minute of being around them, it becomes obvious that they are really faking high, like meth high. They are yelling and making stupid jokes and swearing. Nothing terrible, just being obnoxious and irritating everyone, including me. The dude get a phone call with the loudest ringtone I've ever heard and begins to have a conversation at the top of his lungs on his phone, and he says he's going to meet them at the mall. The interesting thing is, that bus doesn't stop at the mall, it makes one stop about 2 miles south of the mall and then doesn't stop again for another 15 miles north. The entire bus and I all get the same look on our faces as we all thought the same thing. We are not going to tell them that the bus doesn't stop at the mall, and this stop coming up was their best shot at finding another bus that will get them there quickly. I swear, I have never seen such communal smirks between strangers who didn't say a word to each other. As we pass the mall shortly after, the couple stop telling their stupid jokes and yelling idiocies and suddenly get panicked. Oh man, this bus doesn't stop there. Still, no one on the bus said a thing to them. The dude gets on his phone again and loudly tells his friend that he's going to be late, but he'll get off on the next stop and double back. Of course it doesn't happen, and everyone knows it's not going to happen, but we all enjoyed watching their bus kill in action as it slowly dawned on them just how far off course they were. After they finally got off the bus, the smiles and laughs people had been holding in all came out at once. It was pretty awesome. TLDR, Annoying high loud teenagers took the wrong bus to their destination. Any one of us could have helped them and actively refused. Late to the party, but this happened yesterday. I decided to follow a few people from my film review class on Twitter a few weeks back, just to be social and nice, really see if they did any updates about the class or the course. 1 PM yesterday, and we were all in lecture, and while my lecturer messed around setting up a presentation, I decided to check my Twitter. One of the kids from my class I had followed called Rob had been tweeting bullshit about people who I was sitting with, stuff about their accents. 2 of them are Scousers, people from Liverpool, and how they'd asked really obvious questions about things we should know. Basically being a complete prick. He's completely unaware that I'm on his course and I follow his account. I show my Scouse friend his tweets, and in true Scouse bird style she calls him out in front of everyone, asking if he would like to give her elocution lessons, as he obviously knows everything about everything. He is silent. My lecturer is silent. When she calls for a 10-minute break, she comes over and asks us questions about course representatives who have to attend meetings and open evenings and generally promote the course. Nobody had volunteered last time, she asked. Naturally, I smile, sweet as anything, and mention how Rob from film production had been talking about how he'd love to be course rep. She signs him up. Later on, we get some assessment results back, and we all did better than self-righteous Rob. TLDR called out a prick in my film class for running his mouth on Twitter. I was at the grocery store, extremely windy outside, and there was a very beautiful woman behind me as I walked in, so naturally I held the door open for her. She had said something. I figured it was thank you, so I said you're welcome. Apparently it wasn't, and she thought I was saying thank you to be sarcastic for not saying thanks. She got very angry and was okay. Firstly, I didn't say thank you because you're a guy and you're supposed to hold the door for me. Fine, beach. Anyways, after I'm done shopping and we are checking out, just my luck, the beach is in front of me. After she's checking out, she's short a couple bucks and taking it out on the checkout person in the whole store. I give her the money she needed, as I was waiting for a while and wanted to get on with it. Someone was like AWW, that was nice of him, and she quickly retaliated with yet again a no it was not. Here's a guy, has supposed to do that for me. Faking beach UGHH. I finished checking out, and she was standing there double checking her receipt, so I get out before her. We are both done loading our cars, and not only did she not put the cart away, it was almost as if she went out of her way to leave it in the middle of the aisle, causing cars not to be able to drive through. The extreme wind then starts pushing the cart very fast, kept on gaining speed and slams into her car. I was standing there staring the whole time with my arms crossed, just enjoying the show. I could have stopped it way before it happened, but fuck her, I did my job already by being her beach throughout the store. She saw me just watching and flipped the fuck out, yelling at me that I'll let that happen. I told her I was sorry and I didn't notice until after it had happened. Holy shit, did she tear me a new asshole. She even had the nerve to swing at me and try to slap me across the face, luckily in vain. She gets back into her car so pissed off and damn near floors it to pull out of her parking space. She wasn't looking. A car happened to be coming down the aisle by now, and she slams right into the side of the car as she was hauling us out of the parking space. I could have whistled real loud to let her know not to go or get her attention or something, but I wasn't trying to get her all in my face for thinking I was just trying to start something. I feel bad for the person she hit, but damn, that person was very pissed, had little kids in the car and everything, so I know for sure that person did everything possible to fuck her over and sue her insurance company, the whole 9 yards. Man, if I could see it again, I'd watch it happen to her again without even thinking about it. The only thing that gets me more than the entitled talking down to service folks is other service folks talking down to me. Over the summer, I frequented a little convenience store a few blocks from my apartment. I'm on summer break from uni and had just gotten accepted to a PhD program after having graduated with a manuscript from same school. They're short on work at the store and I want some spending cash. It's within walking distance, so I put in an application and get hired. I end up on third shift because I like being up late and they needed another third shifter, but I swing shifts often for a while. One night I'm on 3rd, and some maintenance guys from my uni come in. I know one of them, he's a regular. The other is an older gent that I don't recognize. We chat for a bit, no one else in the store, and the older gent makes some snide remark about it being my fault I'm stuck in a dead-end job like all the other ungrateful what's that come through this uni sucking on mom and dad's cheat. The other guy starts snickering. Regular, he and I chat often, and he knows why I'm there, and I point out to the older gent that I'm here because they needed help for the summer and the only reason I haven't a job elsewhere is I wanted to take a semi-break before starting my PhD, having worked my ass off to get this far. And does he really have room to talk working 3rd shift cleaning up the puke from the freshmen dorms? Every time the regular came in after that, his buddy stayed out in the truck, and we'd just laugh and laugh. Point TLDR, if you're nice to mama's nice to you. TLDR, man cuts line on Black Friday claiming he needs OJ for blood sugar, orders food instead. No OJ. I give him OJ for cutting. He doesn't get food. Point I was working at McDonald's. It was the busiest I'd ever seen it, the day after Thanksgiving. The line is literally out the door. An old man with a walker cuts his way to the front of the line, says he needs an orange juice. His blood sugar is low, and he is about to pass out. To everyone who lets him cut in front of them. He gets to my register, thinks I haven't heard him, making his way to the front of the line, says, "Good afternoon, young man. I'd like a cheeseburger." I ring up his burger, smile at him, ask, "Is that all, sir?" He responds affirmative. I had a runner at this point, so I continued taking orders, but made sure to remove his cheeseburger order from the screen until I get through everyone else's order in that line and they get their food. He's spitting mad at this point and screams at me. The entire store heard, "You little sheet, where is my order?" At that point I go fill up a cup of orange juice and bring it to him. He looks at me livid, goes and gets my manager, and I said he told all these people he needed orange juice for his blood sugar. I must have cleared his order, because I thought he got his drink. Everyone eating their food in the restaurant agreed, and the man left burgerless. Working service, restaurant, and bar can make dealing with rude people tricky. You ultimately have to be accepting of their rude behavior. That said, unless you work at a real shitty place with shitty managers, you don't have to take abuse. Point what this means when it comes to dealing with rude people and getting revenge is that ultimately you have to find a way to get them to cross the line. This also makes it really easy to separate a person just having a bad day and maybe a little short-tempered from the truly rude and legitimate assholes. I found that the absolute best way to do this without getting yourself in trouble is to simply keep the dialogue going with them and let them dig their own grave. Don't deny their claims or be snippy back at them when they are rude, but instead just offer an explanation of why you can't/didn't do things their way. This is an easy way to get these people more riled up, because in their heads, and this is why they are rude pieces of shit, there is no alternate way. Point as they continue to argue with you, maintain your civility. A cool head is the key to you not getting in trouble. Focus on explaining things to them as though they were a child. Explain to them that they can't have things the way they want, but perhaps you could help them in some other way. Be politely patronizing. Point then, once they finally erupt and begin screaming at you in front of your coworkers and all the other customers, you get the final and last laugh. You get to kick them out. Because every person around you, staff and customers alike, saw you deal with them so politely, everyone will take your side. And that asshole's day will have been thoroughly ruined. Not only will their attempt to bully you have failed, but, in fact, they were actually kicked out. The disrespect will drive them insane, and you can almost bank on the fact that they'll be shouting about how they are never coming back, and that they know a lot of important people and you'll lose your job, and blah blah blah. Point I've done this a few times to people, and it has been glorious. I lived in an apartment in LA that had no parking, so we had to fight for spots on the street. After about $300 in parking tickets, I decided to approach the real estate broker who was selling the house across the street from my building and explain to him I would rent the driveway at the vacant house for $100 a month. He called the seller. The seller agreed, and I reveled in outwitting the LA parking Nazis. Point however, this being LA, everyone in my building saw me park in the vacant driveway and started parking there as well. 99% of the time, it ended well, with me explaining that I rented it and they couldn't park there. The 1% wasn't pleasant. Point: I got in really late one night because architecture school and found someone parked in my spot. Got mad, parked behind them anyway, figured that I had to leave early anyway and they could get out of the spot. I even prepped a note for their windshield. Point: cut to 7 AM when I step outside to drive to campus. A giant, not intimidating giant, obese giant, angry man named Randy starts cussing me out before I even crossed the street. Called me a few choice epithets, threatened to kill me, etc. Got the fuck into my car, drove away. I later called my building manager, who explained that he's a security guard at a different apartment complex. He has something like 3 restraining orders against him, and she's been desperately trying to find a way to evict him. In CA, it's almost impossible to evict someone who's paying their rent on time in full, even if they are the worst person ever. He runs into me in the halls, calls me more names, leaves gross porn taped to my door. I'm gay. Maybe he was trying to convert me? I had enough, but never had any proof for a police report or ammo against him. Point: cut to a week later. My drunk best friend is a gorgeous girl named Layla. Was talking about a party she went to at an apartment complex near campus. She explained that the party got rowdy and one of the security guards had come to shut it down, but the girls charmed him into staying and getting drunk. She starts showing me photos on her camera, pre-smartphones, and laughs hysterically. Point: the security guard, Motherfucking Randy, also included our photos of him making out with girls, taking shots. Goldmine. Point: I borrow the camera, make a few choice 8x10 glosses, and leave them in a manila envelope on the apartment complex manager's desk. Point: next week, Randy and his posse are hauling his neon orange couch out of the complex, and my apartment manager bought me a case of beer. He moved in with his parents because he got fired. Point: TLDR. Obese security guard threatened me, got photos of him making out with apartment residents. He gets fired and moves out. I used to work in a hotel during the night shift, had to deal with parties and drunk assholes all the time. One night these girls decided to have a party in their room. After several warnings about noise and volume of people, a group of about 10 more people went up to the room, banging on the doors of all the other rooms on the floor. Security went up to remove the extra people and noticed a lot of damage in the room. At this point the room was kicked out. Most of the people left the hotel, swearing and yelling at the staff and damaging some stuff in the lobby on their way out. The remaining girls in the room came to the front desk and started yelling at the staff. They were told that they had to leave the hotel or the police would be called. The girls said they were too drunk to drive, even though they lived close to the hotel. After threatening police action again, they decided to leave, but one of them yelled, "We are way too drunk to drive. If we die or kill anyone else, it's on you." I then decided to call the police. I watched the girls on security cameras stumble into their cars and all 3 vehicles pulled out of the underground parking where the police were waiting for them. I decided to go out back and have a cigarette and watch the girls get arrested for drunk driving. The police came into the hotel and had a good chuckle that one of the girls was crying, saying, "I knew we shouldn't have told him we were too drunk to drive." I hope it made her damn day worse. I have to set this up. In my office building, you push the button for the elevator from the outside. There are 3 places to do this. One is right between the cars, one is about 10 feet away, and one is about 25 feet away. I have determined that pushing the button on the one that's about 10 feet away is optimal. The only downside is people that get on the same car and push the door close button, and that pisses me off. But there's never anything I can do about it. Except for this time, I have a styro container in my hand with the cheese stick I just got from the restaurant in the lobby. I push the button for my floor on the pad that's about 10 feet away. As I approach my car, I see this lady pushing the door close button. The doors are closing as I enter, and I act surprised and stumble a little bit for effect. I mumble Jesus to myself and go to the back of the car. She is near the front, on the opposite corner. I'm going to 6, she's going to 8. I have a few seconds to think about what to do. Meanwhile, I'm giving her the stare down, and I know she can see me in her peripheral vision. The car gets to 6, the doors open, I start to walk out, and then I stop. I say, "You are going to let me out, aren't you?" Imagine her crying for hours after that. Regardless, I felt damn good about it. A few years back, I took the family on an adventure vacation to Mongolia. 45 days of backpacking and van camping. It was fantastic. We were at Lake Kavsgor, Lake Baikал's little brother, and visiting the indigenous Saturn people, who are some of the last Asian nomadic reindeer herders. We were having a large time with our Paravodchik, translator/interpreter/ all-around good egg, and genuinely having some anthropologically fascinating conversations with the matriarch of the clan, who looked to be 140, but was really only in her mid-60s. She showed us around, let my daughters ride some of the larger reindeer, and helped with the little reindeers feeding reindeer milk through a beer bottle with an arc. This peacefully went on for about an hour until a busload of the most aggravating, noisome, noisy and downright pushy Japanese tourists showed up. They pulled on the reindeer's antlers, poked and whacked them with their ever-present umbrellas, and the group photographer actually had the gall to grab my 5-year-old and yank her out of the way of their group photo op. Now, I'm not a little person, 6 feet 2 inches, and 135 kilograms, and was less than thrilled with their cavalier attitudes. So, I proceed to mock up my own photo op right behind the head Japanese asshole, with my size 52 Vask tracker field boot directly behind his left foot. He doesn't look to the rear before he starts backing up to make sure everyone is in his shot. Did I mention that reindeer paddocks are rutted, muddy and chock full of reindeer sheet, and moments later, so was Mr. Grabby Japanese photographer. I'm a little late to the train, but here it goes. So I was at a rock concert with my sister and my younger brother. We had gotten some kick-ass seats in an outside amphitheater, like 40,000 plus venue. Now for the entire concert, everything is good except for this one guy like 3 or so rows in front of us. He's being super obnoxious and spilling his beer on people around him, yelling at some random chick who's just trying to have a good time, and being an all-around nuisance. Concert ends at like 10 or so. We are all walking out to our cars and lo and behold, Dr. Drunk as Hole happens to be parked right next to my sister's large black truck. He gets to his car first, but because of the way the parking lot is laid out, he has to wait until we get in before he can leave. He gets way out of control because it's taking us a bit to get in the car. Not that we could go anywhere because of the heavy traffic anyway, and starts to honk at us, calling my sister, who is a rather big girl, a fat beach and an ugly hoe, telling my brother to get the whale to move the truck so he can go home. All sorts of shit my sis is ignoring well. Finally traffic lets up a bit, and we move forward, only to have him try to cut us off, almost hitting us, I mean like centimeters from our bumper. He rolls his window down, looks my sister in the eye, and says, "Oh, I dare you, beach, hit me, I faking dare you, I'll sue ya as so hard." Reaches into his pocket, pulls out a fat blunt and lights up. This is my sister's snapping point. She throws her truck in park, reaches under the seat, pulls out her sheriff's badge, knocks on the punk's window, and detains him for possession until the on-duty police show up. He flips shit and starts telling her how sorry he was, and how much he wishes he knew ahead of time. She simply says, "Well, if you weren't an asshole, I wouldn't have said shit, but now, not so much. Have fun." Gets in her car and drives off. The people around us applauded loudly from their vehicles. TLDR Druggiest treats my cop sister like shit and gets us just desserts. I have a few stories of working with my ex-husband's father about an overly obese man that wore suspenders and an eye patch. I cannot make this up. He would order the same thing every time he came in. A Diet Dr. Pepper and 2 orders of Rocky Mountain oysters with tater tots. The diner literally would only hold 26 people in the dining area. The kitchen was half that size. So needless to say, I was the only waitress. I'm rather quiet, but when working I'm the world's best waitress anyways. This man comes in and sits in the last of 3 booths, furthest from me, and the counter I'm behind is completely full. I'm taking orders, refilling drinks, taking orders to go, ringing people up, running food and bussing tables, oh yeah, and doing dishes. Finally I see the man and get him his drink while he sits there unhappily. A few weeks later, when I'm not working, he apparently comes in and talks so much shit about me to my, at the time, father-in-law and he just laughs with him carrying on about his airheaded, annoying, dumb as daughter-in-law. Next time he came in I placed his order, slammed his drink on the table, and walked off until his food was ready. He thought I was a beach before. This really got it though to him. He apologized. Now then, dealing with the jackass I worked beneath, I laced his drinks with pickles and tons of pickle juice. Several times. Oh, and I stopping coming into work. See what happens when you take advantage of family? I was working for him, but funny thing he never made me fill out a W-2. He didn't like being taxed. He'd laugh when I got burned, publicly humiliated me, and accused me of stealing numerous times from him. Because his math didn't add up, then he'd find what he was missing in his pocket. Glad I'm out of there. Edit for spelling. As an airline employee, I get standby seats on any flight the airline operates. One night after a long day of trying to get out of Vancouver, I finally got one of the last seats, day flight, back row, aisle, next to the lavatory. Relieved just to be getting a seat, I board the plane, put my jacket under the seat and hit the bathroom before to key off point. When I get out, there's someone in my seat. A fellow employee, just off duty, and heading home in his pilot's uniform. This is my seat. I tell him, don't worry, we'll find somewhere for you. He smirks back. The middle seat next to him appears to be the last seat for the 5-hour flight home. I climb over him and sit in the middle seat and seethe for about 4 minutes. Long enough for him to fall asleep. I elbow him and ask him to get out of the way so I can get out again. I go and find a stewardess and fill her in on Captain Cocksucker. She rolls her eyes in sympathy and says she'll find me something. Turns out there's an aisle seat left, 1 row up from Captain Cocksucker, and just to his right. She seats me and asks me what I'm drinking. Gin 7, I tell her. I then get free Gin 7s for the duration of the flight. On one of the trips up the aisle, the stewardess accidentally bashes Captain Cocksucker with her galley cart right in the asshole's kneecap that he was hanging in the aisle as he slept in my seat. He awoke with a howl and held his knee like Peter Griffin as I sipped my nth Gin 7. The flight landed at around 7 AM local time. I stood up, walked over to Captain Cocksucker, leaned over him, and retrieved my jacket from under his seat while holding eye contact before leaving the plane and heading home. I fucking hate pilots. I was at a gas station, and it was pretty crowded. Every pump was taken, and a few cars were waiting. I started fueling, and my wife asked me to grab a banana inside for my twin sons, who were getting pretty hungry and cranky. I ran in and grabbed it, and ran back. A lady behind me waiting could not believe I went inside. She yelled out, "How rude can you be?" in a real jerky tone. I stopped and looked at her quizzically. "I am waiting to get gas. Geo." I pointed at my pump with a puzzled look on my face. She honks her horn. I pretend to be startled and jump up and lean on my car, breathing heavily and looking around like a startled squirrel. I could see her shaking the car. She is screaming and rocking inside her car. She can't move her car as there is too little room for her massive SUV. I put the pump back and I get in the car but leave the door open. I hand my wife the banana and get my keys. She opens her car door and screams, "Hurry up. Move." I lean out. "I'm so sorry." She replies, "Get the fuck out of the way, I need gas." I lean out again and reply, "I am sorry." She leans on the car horn for several seconds. I do nothing, then lean out. Was that for me or for someone else? My wife is roaring with laughter and my kids and eating their banana happily. "Just Geo, you are so rude. Move, you faking car." I reply, oh, my car. "I'm so sorry." I start the car, buckle up, put the car in gear, then put it back in park and step out and grab the window wash device. Woedfjwe furps. She flies into a rage, screaming, trying to get her seatbelt off and open the door. She get out, trip, falls against a potted plant, and I jump in my car. "Bye," I say cheerfully to the angered ape outside my car as I speed off. I work in a liquor store where the liquor laws regarding retailers are pretty strict. One of the laws we have is for our kind of shop, we cannot legally serve people alcohol after 9 PM. Anyway, a pair of guys, probably in their 40s, old enough to know better for the upcoming rudeness, came into work 5 minutes before we closed. Now I try to be pretty polite in explaining. While they were looking around, 2 minutes before 9, went up to them and started saying, I don't mean to rush you, but we close in 2 minutes. One of them decided to abruptly cut me off and say, we got in here before the doors were down. We'll spend as long as we want, decided on what we want. After that, I decided I didn't need to give him a reason as to why I was trying to move him along. 9 PM comes past. We start counting the tills, doing all our close stuff. He got angry when we closed the blinds on the pre-mixed drinks fridge. Came up at 10 past 9 to the counter where my coworker and I were sitting, waiting for them, with an armload of wines and a few cartons of beer. I went up to the computer and said, oh, sorry, too late. We are not allowed to serve people after 9 PM. He still insisted he was in the right, cause he was there before the doors were down. Didn't get the concept that the law trumped him. Point, waste my time at work, I'll waste yours. I live in Germany and was driving an F350 dually through a medium-sized city and traffic was thick. For those of you that don't know, the roads here are generally narrower, barely fits an F350 at all, and traffic moves a lot faster than in the States anyway. A smart car pulls out in front of me from a side road without looking. Now I know that if I don't do something, F350 versus smart, the smart has no chance. I look in the left mirror and see an Opel behind me, but I have maybe 4 to 6 inches from my back bumper. Without braking or signal, I cut hard into the left lane and miss the smart by just inches from the front right side bumper. As I pass the smart, I cut hard right and get back in the right lane again with no signal. Just adrenaline. 50 meters ahead is a red light, so I stop, and the Opel that was behind me, that I cut off, pulls up beside me. Point, there is an older German gentleman driving. So, he is looking up into the truck at me and yelling and shaking his finger at me. Now it was no shave November, so I had not shaved or had a haircut and looked like some kind of insane mountain man. I let him rant for about 10 seconds, then gave him a huge smile and blew him a kiss. He faced forward and put both hands on the wheel, but I just kept staring at him, smiling. I even tooted the horn. He wouldn't look back at me. I giggled like a schoolgirl the rest of the day. Worked as a supervisor for a credit card company. So this guy calls and is asking why does he have to pay over $10,000 of interest over a year on his credit card. Dude is a huge spender, over $30K a month. I go over his statements and well, I notice that his payments had been only for the minimum amount, and as I inform him of this, he becomes incredibly unpleasant. But I go ahead and offer to remove $2,000 worth of interest from his bill. Even as a supervisor, I was allowed to only remove $250 of interest, but this guy was a serious spender, and he claimed that he had intended to make automatic electronic payments for the full amount, not just the minimum. I did explain to him that is his responsibility to check his statements. He couldn't have just ignored that his payments weren't for the right amount, or that we were billing him close to $1,000 a month in interest. He of course goes with an excuse that he doesn't have the time to look at them. He does not accept this and starts throwing insults at me and demands to speak to my supervisor. So I go and get her. By the way, this is a call center in Mexico and my supervisor has a heavy Spanish accent. So he starts to go off on us that because we are Mexican, we don't understand his problem and asks us to transfer him to the US. To which we oblige. 30 minutes or so later, I'm asked to take a call again. Of course, it's this guy again. I do not know what happened, but he ended up in our call center again. He's really pissed, so he demands to speak to someone higher than my supervisor, and so in the end, he ends up speaking to the second in charge in the call center. This guy, damn, he's a mellow dude and knows how to handle people really well. Point, he also noticed something I didn't. This guy called 10 months before with the same issue, and the rep he spoke to had told him that he needed to address the issue with his electronic payments. He never called again until that day, meaning he didn't care to fix the issue. Manager uses this to destroy this guy's argument and says he won't remove a single penny worth of interest. Point, so in the end, the guy hangs up, calls again and directly requests to speak to me. I of course oblige, and wow, this guy's attitude has changed. He's now begging me to help out with the initial $2,000 I had offered. I'm a really nice guy, but this guy was extremely rude with me and my supervisor, so all I can say to him is I'm sorry sir, but I cannot supersede what my manager has decided. I can no longer help you sir. Which was of course BS. I could go ahead and just take it off. And of course he ends the call with cursing and whatnot. Point TLDR. Guy spends $30,000 a month on credit card, notices has accrued $10,000 in interest in a year and wants it taken off. I offer to remove $2,000, but he's an ass about it and ends up having to pay the whole thing. I used to work at a gas station / convenience store. As you know, cigarettes are the #1 item sold there apart from gasoline. I lived in a town where there were 2 Native American owned gas stations that sold tax-free cigarettes. They undercut us by about $3 a pack. Now I have no problem with selling cigarettes. I went to great lengths to make sure kids never bought tobacco and adults are adults. They may do as they please as long as they are responsible around others. Anyway, a rude man from out of town comes in and starts barking at me while I'm with a customer. Luckily this customer is a regular and an acquaintance I made from working there. Hey, where's the place where you get cheap cigarettes? My boss told me when I was hired to play dumb to this question, as it came up frequently. There's a faking wall of cigarettes behind me and I'm supposed to tell people about where they can buy them cheaper. Well, I hated my boss, so I flapped my gums whenever I could. This guy however, he deserved the dick treatment. Cheap cigarettes. I don't know what you're talking about. My actual customer was smirking at this point. It's run by a bunch of faking Indians. I read about it, so now I know this guy's from out of town. He even had out of state plates on his car. Well, all I know is that the place around the corner sells them at state minimum, but we sell them for about 10 cents above that. No. Seriously, you don't know where the Indian cigarette store is in your own town? No, sir. Wait a minute. You're talking about the name redacted store, angrily. Happy, yes. Oh, well that's a little ways from here, but I'll gladly show you. I pulled out a free map of our region, found a town 50 miles away that had a similar name to my town, and circled it on the map, and told him it would be really easy to find. My customer acquaintance confirmed the story. I'd like to think that 100 miles later he came back to a closed gas station to yell at me. Luckily we close after the actual Native American stores close. That guy wasn't getting any cheap cigarettes that night. His whole point TLDR made his whole drive 50 miles for cigarettes. Might have driven 100 if he sought revenge. Probably never got his cigarettes. Ooh, I'm sure this will be buried, but at least I can tell my evil story. I'm a waitress at a theme restaurant where the servers dress as fictional character, so we deal with children a lot. My character revealed towards the end. Last night, I had a party of 8 who was there celebrating their daughter's 16th day. I thought it was going fairly well until their 8-year-old son sucker punched me in the stomach while I was holding their drinks. I was beyond livid and about 3 seconds from getting myself arrested, but when I turned to the parents, they laughed and said, "Oh, that's our 8-year-old being. I'm 8-year-old." I slammed the drinks on the table and left them alone and told the manager, who began to monitor them from a distance, and my coworkers started ignoring them. After a bit of more venting to coworkers, I decided to go back to the table with a very serious face. Quietly I stood in front of them and said, "Y'all don't realize this, but I'm actually pregnant." As soon as I said that, their faces turned into looks of horror and the wife asked, "Really?" I held that serious face as long as I could before bursting out laughing and yelled, "No, not really. I got my tubes tied a month ago, but if your son touches me like that again, management will ask you to leave." They looked horrified at the fact that I stood my ground and were very silent for the remainder of the dinner and left very quickly afterwards. Those people ruined their daughter's birthday celebration, and when they left stone-faced, my coworkers and I were giving them the finger behind their backs. TLDR, sheethead 8-year-old boy punches me in the stomach at work. Parents laugh it off. I stood up for myself. Don't fuck with Mary Poppins. I went to Four Eyes or some other optician in a mall places, and this lady was so pissed. "I can't believe you'd treat a customer this way. How hard can it be to do your job?" At first I sympathized. Sometimes people really should just work faster. As I listened, I realized that had nothing to do with this lady's beaching. You. No, last time I only paid $50. You're new here, aren't you? I know what the price is supposed to be, but how much can I get these frames for? If it's just glass and plastic, I don't see why I should pay $400. That's the one that set me off. Genghis Khan led the largest empire the world has ever seen, ruling over the vast majority of people in the world at the time. In fact, there's a 0.5% chance you're related to him. What? There's evidence that suggests that Egyptians traded across the Atlantic anywhere from 400 to 2,500 years before Columbus was born. What are you? Mansa Musa brought so much gold with him when he made his pilgrimage to Mecca that he inflated the market of southern Europe in ways that it didn't recover from for several hundred years, and none of those people, no one in the history of the world has been able to have glasses capable of correcting vision as bad as yours until it was invented a mere 2 centuries ago. So rather than complain that you have to pay a fair price like every other customer, perhaps you should consider yourself lucky to be richer than those who ruled the planet for 99% of our species' history. This is probably going to get buried, but I love telling this story. I'm a very introverted person. You need to know this to understand the magnitude of my actions here. I used to be an intern at Walt Disney World. After my internship, I was on good terms as an employee and invited to stay on as a seasonal cast member. At the time, this meant I only had to work 1 shift a year and I'd still get free entrance to the parks, discounts, etc. I had family that lived in Orlando, so I didn't have a problem going down for a week every year and picking up a shift. One very hot day in June, I decided to visit Disney Hollywood Studios, formerly MGM Studios. This is the park that has the Indiana Jones stunt spectacular, where they act out scenes from the films. As I said, it was exceptionally hot, so I had been searching throughout the park for one of those Mickey-shaped ice cream bars. I finally found a stand that sold them. This stand was directly in front of the IJSS, and it also sold alcoholic beverages, so there was a bit of a line. Welcome to Disney, as they say. While I was waiting online, a group of 20-somethings gets online behind me. I ended up listening to their conversation. There were, I believe, 4 of them, and they intended to go see the spectacular, which was already seating people. This is a popular attraction and seats fill up very quickly. 2 of the group decided to go hold seats, while the other 2 got drinks. They still needed to hurry though, because they do not allow people to enter after the show has started. So these 2 women behind me are talking. One of them is quite irritated by the length of the line. I just rolled my eyes because, dude, it's Disney. What were you expecting? Over the course of a few minutes she gets nastier and nastier. She begins insulting the intern cast members who are working the stand. You can tell by the name badge if a centimeters is regular or intern. She starts insulting their intelligence, calling them high school dropouts. You have to be in college to get into the Disney college program/internship, saying, how hard can it be to pour a drink? It's park regulation that they pour all beverages that come in glass bottles into cups for obvious safety reasons. This goes on for like 10 minutes and I'm getting more and more upset. I would normally never ever confront another person, but boy were my beans baking. It is finally my turn to order. I turn around and say, sir, I'd like this woman to order before me, because I'm pretty sure if she doesn't get what she wants immediately, she's going to keel over and die from how she's been going on. Her face turns red and she begins spluttering. She gets so mad. No. That's alright honey, you go on right ahead. Beach. Oh no, ma'am, I insist. I wouldn't expect you to wait online at Disney World of all places. Just order you beach. So I get my Mickey bar. While I'm paying, she asks for a bottle of water. The poor centimeters turns paper white and says, I'm so sorry ma'am, but we've just run out of cold water bottles. This woman starts exploding and screaming for a manager about how she's been treated. I, knowing the score better, noted the names of the people working the station and strolled over to guest relations/customer service and wrote out special exceptional service cards for each one of them and spoke with the manager about the event, and she said she'd make sure she spoke with the manager for that stand right away and make sure he knew the whole story. TLDR, don't fuck with the mouse. Last week I went to a car dealer almost 6 hours away to pick up a car. This is a copy/paste of the story I posted on a local message board about it. I'm not too far away from the dealer going home, and I see this black Merc C-Class with one working daytime running light, weaving and darting around, getting closer. The lady and her passenger finally catch up and pass me. Ugh, Ontario plates. Now I know what to expect. She didn't let me down either. Any sign of a turn in the road or a bridge, and she slams on the brakes down to 65. Once clear, she guns it back up to 80ish. All the while driving, like she was giving her passenger a handy or something. I was hoping she didn't crash simply because I didn't have a camera recording. At least there are a few road changes coming up for me, so I'll jump between some interstates. I'll lose her in that point. No point around the 90 miles later of playing leapfrog with her. I watched a semi almost flattened her because she tried to pass him in the slow lane, couldn't get by, and then just sat in his blind spot for a few miles. Happy for him, he saw her, because that would have ruined his day. Happy for me, because I would probably have scratched my new car on her flying debris. The century mark passes and we are now in New York. The C-Class douche is still with me, falling behind and rocketing ahead. Let me set the stage for you. I'm in the fast lane with the S-Laddie behind me. The slow lane is mostly semi-trucks with some cars peppered in. I could move over at any time and let her pass, but the openings are too small even for her to squeeze by. New York decided that this section of Route 81 was 55 miles per hour, so the slow lane is going roughly 60, and I'm going 65. Got that mental picture? Good point. All of a sudden the V1 goes apeshit. Two strong car signals dead ahead. We get a little farther up the road and I see the turnaround. They have got to be tucked in there. Now I could be nice. I could just stay in that lane and block. I could try and warn her. No, the situation is too perfect. The driving gods are with me 100% on this trip. This was meant to be. I hold off as we get closer and closer. I can now see it is two cops side by side talking. I only hope that they are actively paying attention to their guns and not just chatting. We get about 300 feet away and I slide over. Predictably she rockets past me. I estimate she got up to at least 80. About 50 feet from the cops she slams on the brakes. Oops, I think they noticed. She slides over in front of me and slows down to 60 with the rest of traffic. I'm just cruising behind her because I want to watch the fun. I'm hoping so hard to see the lights in my rear view. I have the strangest thought that this is the only time ever I wanted to see lights behind me. We are cresting a hill and I will lose sight shortly. My smile is fading. Just as the cops begin dip under the hill out of my sight, I see them. Glorious blue and red flashes. My smile is huge. I hope she can see me laughing miles off at her. Statty comes flying up the road all lit up and floats next to her in the fast lane for a bit to run her plates. Half a mile later he slides in behind for the kill. I just pass in the fast lane and continue on my merry way. I used to work at a grocery store as a cashier a few years back. I would always try to smile and keep a good attitude with customers, but secretly I hated most of the regulars. I'm working the 10 items or less line when an ex-marine comes into my line with a cart full of regular groceries as well as candy, a balloon, and cookies. I know he's an ex-marine because he is decked out in an old jacket with medals and such on it. He is roughly 70 years old, so I try to be extra nice to him. He begins to lose his cool when I ring an item incorrectly and have to simply avoid it. It only takes about 10 seconds to do so. I ring up the balloon, then he begins to rampage on me about how his last balloon broke and it was my fault. He promised not to support 2 of the 3 schools in my county. I go to the 3rd school. I smartly respond that I don't go to either school and he should have a nice day. He tries to fight me physically, to which I respond, I would happily settle this dispute physically. When I'm done with work I'm 18 and cocky. I wouldn't actually fight a 70-year-old man. He says he'll be waiting. I walk outside to find his Dodge Durango decked out in cartoon stickers parked out front. He was nowhere to be found, so I left. Later I drove past one of the schools on my way home from a friend's house, only to see him outside with the balloon and candy attempting to lure kids into his vehicle. Normally I wouldn't have stopped, but I recognized his vehicle and thought he was a dick, so I wanted revenge any way possible. I called the police, then proceeded to tackle and detain the man until police arrived. He will be spending the rest of his life in jail, all because he was an asshole to the young cashier at the grocery store. I used to work for a company that chartered out boats to groups of people for a week or two at a time around Scotland. My job was to clean the boats inside and out, and to check all the equipment was on board before they left. It was common for groups to get on the boat late on the first day, and so spend the first night on the boat, tied onto our pier. One family were doing just this as I was scrubbing and rinsing the boat next to theirs. I had spent a particularly large amount of the day working hard on their boat, as I had been warned they were a little snooty, which is fair enough. They pay a lot of money for the boat, so it should be done well. One of them calls me over and says, "Excuse me, when are you going to clean ours?" I explain that I have cleaned this already, and they say that it is covered in bread and duck mess. I had just watched their son throw bread onto the deck for the ducks to eat under the instruction of his mother. Of course it is covered in bread and duck sheet, but that is not something I should be expected to clean up, considering my tight schedule to turn the other boats around as quickly as possible before next customers turn up. Anyway, I just nod and start to clean their boat again when they all come onto the deck with dirty shoes on, making it worse all the time, dropping fag ash and making comments to each other, while the ducks they had attracted started cheating on all the other boats around us that I had cleaned that day. I noticed they had a fishing rod set up on the boat, and I also noticed a massive fish about to bite, so I deliberately directed my hose pipe at the water and scared it away and released a crab they had in a net. I worked in billing at DirecTV for a while, and I dealt with some pretty interesting people. This one guy called in complaining that his bill was higher than last month. Should have been an easy call. I explained to him that he had been getting Showtime free for 3 months, and that the credit was now over, so he was being charged. He didn't understand. For whatever reason, there wasn't anything I could do but explain it to him again and again. So this guy's wife gets on the other extension and starts calling me every name in the book. I just imagined she was fat for some reason. It was clear to me that they were the kind of people who played the system: late bills, always calling and complaining, etc. So as I'm being subjected to his wife and him both calling me names, I say, "Oh, it actually looks like your service is about to be disconnected." They start their sheet again. At that moment I hit the disconnect service button. The wife is immediately angry, saying, "You did this, you bitch, turn it back on or I'm calling the cops." So I said, "Maybe you should pay your bill and stop wasting your time harassing people. You could get a job or something useful. Thanks for calling. Have a great day." Needless to say, I didn't last much longer there. Point TLDR, rude people called me at DirecTV, cussed me out, disconnected their service, told them to have a nice day. I work at a supermarket. We get some really nice customers, but we also get some right bastards. Me and a friend were working on the pop/booze aisles, and we had a woman come and ask for some type of red wine and gave the worst description, like it's called Vina something something, and it's got a black top and a gold label or something like that. If you've ever seen a wine selection, that describes about 80% of the goddamn bottles. So we tried to narrow it down, and she was being less than useless and then telling us that we should try and be more helpful. This went on for another 5 to 10 minutes as she berated us for not knowing what she wanted. We must have shown her 30 to 40 different reds and none of them were the one she wanted, and my colleague said he was sorry and that he can't do anything more without more information about the wine. She was not happy. She started yelling at him, and by this point we were both exchanging glances behind her back as we were getting pretty annoyed with the way she was treating us, so I decided to play a little joke on her. I got my friend to keep her focused on him so she wasn't watching, and put a security tag on the bottom of her shopping trolley. Cut to 15 minutes later, and the front door security alarms start ringing, so we walked over there. Here is Queen Beach stood there looking angry as all hell as the security guard checks her receipt against all her items, sees there's nothing out of the ordinary, and asks her to try again. Happens over and over, so he searches her pockets next. 7 times she walked through the door with her trolley before shouting that she gave up, picked up all her bags out of it, and walked out of the door. Obviously the alarm didn't go off that time, and she was stood outside with no idea how it had made a difference, and then she stormed off to her car. Never saw her again. TLDR. Faking beach of a customer annoyed me and my friend. Security tagged her trolley, so it set the alarm off every time. She tried to leave and was held up and searched multiple times by security. I work for one of the big cell phone companies. Usually I'm really level-headed and nice to everyone, plus nobody ever gets angry at me because I'm a 20-year-old 5'5" girl. One day this middle-aged woman comes in and starts bitching and complaining to one of my male co-workers about all the problems that she has had with our mobility / her cell phone / her bill / etc. All of these problems were pretty much her own fault. Her husband doesn't understand how to hang up his droid after the screen dims. She doesn't understand bill proration. She tried to say we don't have a trial period for trying a new phone, which we do. She can't text in a different country for free. Thinks that other contract-based carriers don't have contracts. Anyway, she basically tried to make my coworker sign beside a feature, power trip by deck, and I was at the other desk just kind of grinning, replying to her issues along with my buddy very happily, just to rub it in. She eventually stomps off to her car. Then, embarrassingly enough, she decides to come back in and demand our store copy of her contract. Obviously, all she can have is a photocopy of it. As soon as she's almost out the door, I put on a giant smile and say extra cherry, have a nice day ma'am. Then she waddles back to her car and we feel damn satisfied. TLDR, when people are being assholes, be extra nice to them. We all know it just pisses them off more. I ran an aquarium store for about 5 years and had probably hundreds of run-ins with rude people. We had a policy of accepting people's fish on trade-in, so they had a place to bring the fish and didn't flush them. A very popular trade-in fish is an Oscar. They get huge, impossible to kill, and you can buy them at just about any and all aquarium stores. Our policy on huge Oscars was no more than $5 trade-in. We generally had way too many at all times, so we had to do something to limit them coming in. Guy called up, said he had a really nice Oscar that he needed to get rid of. I told him we could almost for sure take him, but we had a pretty strict policy on the amount of store credit. He said, oh okay, I guess that's fine. I don't really have anything else I could do with him. Probably a few hours later, the guy came in with the fish and an employee of mine came up to me and asked what he needed to do. I said write him a $5 credit as per what I told him on the phone. Minute later, the employee comes back and says the guy's yelling and cursing and said the guy on the phone told him he would get like $20 credit. I sighed, this happens a lot, and took over. I found the guy and asked if a guy on the phone told him he would get $20 for the Oscar. He said yes, to which I asked, was a guy named Mike? He said yeah, it was Mike that told me that. I looked at him and said hi, I'm Mike. He looked down and asked if he could still get the $5 credit. I work at a pub one night. This complete absolute beach of a woman comes in. No, that's an understatement. She was a demon made entirely from fragments of nightmares, with the sole mission to give waitresses a taste of what hell for servers might be like. Working as a server, you learn to read people, not judge them, but understand what they expect from you, assess their level of needs, and she was totally the type who expected a server to be her servant. It was almost a year ago, and I had only been working there about a month. I can't recall everything she did, and by the end of it, I was so angry rattled I think I blocked most of it out. But it started with her just rolling her eyes at everything I said, asking ridiculous questions. She asked what was on the nachos. I told her. I did not however mention olives, because there are no olives on the nachos. In fact, there are no olives in anything on the menu at all. But she told me she'd take the olives on the side. I told her the nachos actually didn't have olives at all. Well, apparently she really wanted olives, because she couldn't understand how this could be, or why I was doing this to her. The whole time her perfectly kind normal dining companions were giving me looks of sympathy, or what the fuck looks to each other after every demand or complaint she made. It was somebody in the party's birthday. I could tell she was ruining it for everyone with her attitude. Anyway, all night I hoped for any small slight chance to mess with her. I'd never spit in anyone's food, but in this case, I considered it. Though she was so rude, even that wouldn't have been satisfying. It would have only been a personal triumph, but I wanted this woman to suffer. For her to feel it, for her to witness instant, faking gratifying karma. She complained about the ridiculous obscure martinis she kept ordering. None of them were made right. She complained, ridiculed, sighed. and was just generally the most unpleasant person I've encountered in my life. But I did my darndest to kill her with kindness. I was almost as if she was playing a character, an absolute parody of the worst restaurant patron ever, and I half expected some guy to come out of nowhere, point to a hidden camera, and award me thousands of dollars for keeping my cool after all her bullshit. Point by about the 6th drink, these were doubles, I finally got my chance to fuck with her. I'd brought her a fresh martini, and as soon as I'd turned around she, or according to her, the guy beside her, knocked over the glass, spilling the drink, breaking the glass. I grabbed a rag, cleaned it up, gathering up the glass, all the while being sweet as pie. Then she says she'll need a replacement. I reply with, "Unfortunately, I can't serve you anymore." She angrily asks why. I say, "It's house policy. Once a glass is broken the bartender cuts off drink service." Total bullshit. She concedes, sits the rest of her evening without another drink. At the end of the night I bring her the bill. As soon as I put it down in front of her she yells, "I want to see your manager." Almost as if she's so upset she might cry from how unfairly I've treated her. So I go tell my manager, the owner/bartender, the situation. Simply that she broke a glass after many drinks, so I cut her off. He goes over, completely defends my side. She tells him I'd been rude to her all night, that he should fire me. He doesn't give it any serious consideration, just tells me that what I did was absolutely the right thing in that situation. The best part was that he'd refused to take the spilled drink off the bill too. That is house policy. You break it, you bought it, beach. Everyone else in the party apologized profusely for the way she'd acted all night as they came up to pay their bills, and tipped a good 20%. To make up for it. It may not sound as satisfying as it was, but that opening, when she spilled the drink, was pure comic triumph. It felt like sunshine justice were making love inside my brain. One day I was driving to school with my brother and a friend in tow. I was going about 7 over, enter random jackass. This guy blows by me, and ends up cutting me off. Then he proceeds to check his phone, whilst slowing down enough to match the speed of the car occupying the other half of the 2-lane interstate we are currently driving down. He remains like this until the other guy feels bad for me, and slows down enough to let me by. I finally pass the jackass about 1.5 miles before my exit. I can see our exit now, and being the good driver that I am, I check my mirrors and switch lanes. Whilst doing this, I notice the same guy finally decided to get off his phone and drive like a maniac again. The man catches up, and is moving into position to cut off the car behind me, in order to get to the exit we have now arrived at. Going a brisk 70 miles an hour, I keep my eye on him in my rear view, because there is no one ahead of me, and I drive the road every day, and wait for him to start committing to the lane change. Then I extract my revenge, by pushing my brakes hard enough for him to have to swerve back into the lane he was occupying, and thereby bypassing the exit he was supposed to take. The man makes eye contact with me as I start slowing down on my exit ramp, and as I relish the look of disgust and shock on his face, he flips me the bird. All I did in return was blow him a kiss and wave goodbye. The time this occurred was about 5 till, so assuming he was working normal hours, I made him late for his job, because the next exit is a full 5 miles down the road. I was bar hopping with a group from a hostel my friend and I was staying at. Everyone was having a good time, except for this one rude guy from Holland, who kept trying to convince girls to have sex with him in the bathroom, picking fights with homeless people outside of the bars, and had gotten our group thrown out of the first bar for smashing glasses on the wall. As he was talking to another guy, I noticed a bulge in his back pocket, so I told my roommate from Australia to go behind him and start dancing up against him from behind, to distract him as I yanked his wallet out from his back pocket and shoved it down into my cleavage. It was a success and he never noticed his wallet was gone until we went to the next bar. He was so furious he went back to the other bar to look for it, and we continued to have a great night. I decided to hold on to his wallet till the end of the next day, just to make him sweat a little, because it had all his money, cards, Holland driver's license, etc. I came back to the hostel at the end of the day, and in the common room, I found the Holland douche on the phone looking very stressed out, and I thought to myself, that should do it. So I went to the front desk and told them I found this wallet on the floor. Later that night he came into hostel bar, like he won the lotto, and bought everyone drinks, including me and my friends. Funny how that turned out. Maybe it's just me being an asshole, you decide. I ride the subway in Seattle just about every day. There are vendors in the subway who come into the car illegally to peddle their shit. One thing some love to try and sell are compilation CDs of Trod Look It Up or old Korean love ballads on CD. Yeah, cause those are necessary, right? W/E. So, the commute I have is kinda long. It's around or over an hour. I try to catch some sleep from home to work and back while on the subway car. But, these merchant dickwat Bonafarts come on the train giving a loud speech about this shitty comp CD, while blasting this crap music over the boombox they haul around with them on top of the CD cart they carry. These fat donkeys would always disturb my slumber. I'm not saying I should expect the subway to be a beauty rest, but I shouldn't stand for this shit. So it was annoying as fudge on your shirt, but it ain't fudge, it's today. One day I come upon one of these white merchants slumbering on a bench in the subway. So while I'm waiting for my train I notice that this sleeping sub has invested in a nicer boombox, one with an input channel. Oh, sweet. This is why I've been carrying around this double male-ended 1/8 inch audio cord all my days. It was revenge driven by destiny. No vengeance felt so good as when I turned that boombox on, hooked up my iPod and let some metal church hit his ears like a ton of bricks. Oh, hey. He said in Korean that's loud. What are you doing? How you like it fuckface? Ha. Did I disturb you? Oh. I guess this is rude. Unplugged, hopped on my train and left. Am I king dick? I work in printing as a salesperson. Ages ago I was serving a customer who already planned ahead not to pay the agreed price. He got back to get his 5,000 brochures, and before loading the things into his car he controlled the prints, which were done perfectly, and proceeds to scrutinize them in depth. He then sees a text error, word that was already misspelled in the doc he gave us, and says he won't pay for the whole sum because there is an error in it. I apologize and says that he signed a waiver, that all text and information in the brochure has been controlled, and that it's okay to be printed, but that I'm ready to give him 10% less because of this small problem on the brochure, and that we wanted to help him. He said no, that he won't pay more than 50% of the total because these brochures are majorly flawed. I told him sorry sir, I can't do that as technically the error lies in his provided document, and that he has already signed the okay to print 5 days before he goes ballistic and wants to see the owner. My boss comes out, listens to this red-headed fuming person, nods to me, says, yeah right, these brochures are trash, takes the 4 cartons and throws them into the paper press. Sorry sir, but we can't obviously work to your satisfaction, so we are more than happy that you take your business elsewhere. We won't charge you for any of our work done. The guy explodes in swear words to me and my boss, but he just kindly asked him to leave. Once I was in public transportation minding my own business when, sure enough, ticket inspectors walked in. Luckily I had 7-day saver ticket on me, so after a quick show I could proceed minding my own business. A few rows in front of me the inspectors detected 2 kids, around 12, who visibly weren't from Germany. This happened in Munich, and gave them a hard time, as they didn't have a ticket on them. I guess if you are a ticket inspector, that is indeed your job. What stopped me to mind my own business however was the fact that they were incredibly racist towards them. I suddenly remembered that with a 7-day saver up to 4 kids up to the age of 14 could travel with me. I don't have kids, so it isn't something obvious in my everyday life. Sure enough I stood up and asked, boys how old are you? Surely not 14, right? To which they nodded frenetically. The ticket inspector got very angry and asked me rather aggressively to mind my own business. I replied that I'm minding my own business as I have a valid ticket for me and the boys and it's my right to take them with me. We had a bit of an argument, but well, he did have to realize that he can't argue with his own rules and got off the tram at the next stop cursing me off. The boys thanked me and said I was the coolest, as they would get slaps from their parents at home if they would have received a fine. Since that day I sometimes refer to myself as CPT. Justice. Well, that last bit is actually not true, but I probably should in the future. Not sure if this counts or not. I grew up in the state of Texas and have a very thick drawl as a result. I moved to Minnesota and got a job as a cashier at a gas station. I had previously worked in Texas as a gas station cashier. Texas has a strict law about selling cigarettes to minors, in that the cashier can be fined up to $1,000. Not to mention, most employers will fire the cashier outright. The area of Texas I used to live in, the local law enforcement would conduct sting operations where they would send in a minor to buy cigarettes and then fine the cashier if she/he sold the kid in tobacco products. So, having come from this background, I was working in Minnesota. I also discovered that most people in Minnesota could not understand my drawl, including my boss. This is relevant to the story point. In bops this very young looking woman and asks for a pack of smokes. I, of course, ask for her ID to verify that she is over 18. She goes off on me, whining about how she's in here every day and every day she gets carded for smokes. I ignore that part, it happens too often to get upset about. Then she starts in on how us stupid cashiers should know her by now. This was irritating, naturally. I also detected that she too had a southern accent. This is the point. I lean over the counter, put on my thickest drawl, lay on the southern charm and say, well, honey, you have to understand that we get over 500 customers a day in here. Us stupid cashiers can't possibly remember all of y'all birthdays. Plus, you do know that we can be fined and fired for selling cigarettes to minors? I understand y'all are short-tempered because you haven't had your nicotine fix, but there's no need to be nasty with me. Now, if y'all want ya damn smokes, get your ID out and have it ready, seeing as you are asked so often. She sheepishly pulled out her ID, which I checked. She was 6 months past her 18th birthday. Okay, sell her the cigarettes. She paid cash and left without her change. Was only a few pennies. Boss standing right beside me asks what I said to her. I just shrugged and said just southern girl talk. From that day on, she had her ID ready before she got to the register. Never heard a word about it again. No one will really see this, but I figure I'll share. Point: I work at a hotel and sometimes this guy in a Bentley pulls up and usually the valet will keep his car right in front of the hotel and he throws them $20 to $40 every time. He's always rude and I can't stand him. Point: valet was busy, so I was helping them and he pulled up. I went over to the driver's side and asked if he was coming to dinner or checking in. He replied, why didn't you open the door for my wife? I was caught off guard and said, well, I don't know if you're actually coming here, and he is right now. As I pointed to a coworker who was grabbing her door, he replied, that's unacceptable. I didn't really respond and I just asked why he was coming in. I'm going to the restaurant for a drink. I'll be 15 minutes. He got out of the car and started to walk away like normal. Point: I stopped him and said, sir, you forgot your ticket. He had never gotten a valet ticket before, so he was unsure what was going on. Here's your ticket. See the cashier on the way out, I said. Point: they parked his car in the structure next to the hotel and sure enough, he was only about 15 minutes. The best part was the right as he was coming out, an event at the hotel let out and there was a line 20 people deep. Point: all in all he had to wait 20 minutes to get his car, and every time he asked me where it was I would just reply, I'm not really sure. I'm not valet, I was just helping them out earlier. I used to work as a baseball umpire for Little League Baseball, 7 to 8 years old, and it was during an all-star game. Since I did not have to wear gear behind home plate due to it being coach pitch, I would return the bats to the team's dugout after the kid had batted. Well, after a kid had hit, I went to throw the coach the bat. While he was looking right at me, I tossed him the bat. He proceeded to jump out of the way in a violent manner, as if the bat was going to hit him. I would always toss the bats to their side for it is easier to catch that way. He then proceeds to scream at me and accusing me of trying to hit him with the bat on purpose. After diffusing the situation with a polite manner and repeated apologies, we returned to the game. After the next batter had hit, I simply remained standing behind home plate, leaving the bat where it lay. The coach then looks at me and says, are you going to get that? I simply look at him and say, I do not want to risk hurting you or a player, so you need to get the bats from now on. At this point the fans, who had been obnoxious all game, and the coach start yelling at me saying how I have no class and professionalism. The coach still had to pick up the bats after every play, while I still gathered the bats for the other team. TLDR, don't be rude to an official, or they'll make your game miserable. This one's a little hard to understand for non-R/C modelers, but at my local R/C airplane field we have this fence around the runway, so models can land and take off safely without people wandering onto the field. This new pilot shows up and decided it's okay to walk around the runway while flying his plane. While doing so, he nearly hits other pilots on the flight line with his model because he is not familiar with what he's doing. Fortunately, the plane he was flying is pretty much the smallest beginner plane you can fly. It was a hobby zone champ for those curious and hurts about as much as a paper airplane. But still, it's annoying as fuck point. After asking him several times to fly from the flight line, I give up and decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. I own several aircraft, and one of them happens to be a small P-51D Mustang, roughly the same size as his model, a Park Zone P-51D for those curious. I plugged in the batteries and took up my little Mustang up against the Harbor Zone champ. This was not a difficult battle. The batteries for these models last roughly 6 minutes and I easily kept that poor champ in my Mustang sights for a majority of the flight, complete with self-produced machine gun sounds. His requests to stop shooting me down were not heeded, point much to my misfortune, or my fortune. I honestly had way too much fun chasing this kid's plane down. He didn't get the hint the first time, swapped batteries and went back walking around the runway, to which I was again forced to dogfight the unwilling champ until it crashed due to pilot error while running from my Mustang. Normally I'd feel terrible about being the cause of a crash as these planes can be pricey, but his was cheap and all he needed was scotch tape, which nobody had thankfully. TLDR, I engaged in a dogfight and shot down some kid's plane. A valued customer service was offline for around a week. He called every few hours during that week for updates from us. The fault was out of our control, but we were actively working on the problem and escalating it wherever possible for him. From day one he was rude, abusive and demanding, and would complain that we weren't calling him to update him. The thing was that he was calling us so often, he'd call before we even had an update. Finally his service is fixed, and I take a sigh of relief. I won't have to deal with him ever again. Just need to credit his account for the outage point or so I thought. I told him I'd give him a $20 credit for 7 days of service. Nope, not good enough. Of course. Why did I think this was gonna be easy? He wants 2 weeks credit. I tried negotiating with him to get a bit of an understanding why he thought his service was not working for 2 weeks and why I should give him more than he was entitled to. He couldn't really give a reason, but wanted to yell at me until I gave in. Nope. I eventually put him though to the owner of our business, who totally backed me up and told him, no, you'll get a credit for each day you were offline. See you. Have a nice day. We then realized that his service was offline for 6 days, not 7. His $20 was reduced to around $16 or something. I so enjoyed correcting it, and I'd love to be a fly on the wall when he gets his next invoice. Yes. This is my subtle revenge story, nay, my method of revenge. Every weekday, I drive on the Capital Beltway, I-495, to get to my job. It's just as demanding as any other average job. But because my route to set job ranks in the nation's top 20 for worst traffic-filled roads, I see a lot of road rage resulting in dangerous to almost suicidal driving tendencies with a speed limit of 55 miles per hour. It always irks me when I'm traveling at 70 miles per hour, keeping the pace of traffic at generous distance from the car ahead of me. And the thing behind me wants to drive 80 miles per hour. Speeding 15 miles per hour just wasn't enough for them. They have to weave and cut many other drivers off without turn signals just to be happy. Oftentimes, said things will give me a figurative heart attack when I'm safely coasting to a stop at the nation's third worst bottleneck, and the guy behind my 2012 Honda Civic X decided that 8 to 10 feet is a safe distance to drive behind my car at 70 miles per hour. So I learned how to get them off of my ass. If the lanes are unchangeable, but moving, I coast until my speed falls down to the speed limit. They decide to switch lanes. This is when I speed up to the flow of traffic. Predictably and without fail, the car previously up Myers then switches back into my lane, reclaiming its slot 10 feet behind my car. I coast down to the speed limit again, thusly rejuvenating the process until they learn that I don't put up with their sheet point, and of course, I make sure that I won't have to come to a sudden stop. I'm a safe 22-year-old defensive driver who has avoided countless freak accidents by driving at safer than average distances behind the car ahead of me. I go to a college that is very hilly but mostly bike inaccessible as it is riddled with stairs. Being chronically late, I get to most of my classes on time thanks to a big wheel razor scooter that I can easily carry upstairs stow away during class. At our dining halls there are very limited amounts of lockers, none of them are big enough to fit a folded scooter. Some have indoor storage racks but most don't. People will leave their scooter skateboards on top of the lockers on a system. When I need to go eat between classes or before heading back to the dorm, I usually just do that. It is never a problem. Halloween night I leave from dinner in a dining hall after an exhausting day of midterm exams to find my scooter completely gone. I check all around, it's not there, but thankfully there's a security camera right above the lockers. Unfortunately, when I asked for help from housing authority, none of the RAs could help me. No one knew how to access the security cam. The road refused to see me, kept delegating to other RAs. I finally ended up calling the campus police, filing a report. Sure, I would never see the scooter again. It's not like it was very expensive, $100 at most, but it's my main mode of transportation. It was very dear to me. Getting a new one would take at least a month, eat into my savings. I wasn't happy. The next afternoon I get a call from the police that they found the thief, that they would have my scooter within the hour. I hightail it over to the station. It turns out the very same night before, prior to when I filed my report, they had caught a freshman responsible for over 20 plus scooter skateboard thefts. When they saw my report they called him in for questioning again. He revealed a list of other thieves, personally knew who stole my scooter. They called in that kid, also a freshman, had him return it, to await my decision on whether to prosecute or not. Rather than prosecute, which would be a hugely inefficient headache, I had the option to have him sent to the dean's office. Our dean is responsible for 40,000 plus students, has very little time to deal with this sort of thing. Being a freshman he would likely be put on probation for the rest of the year, if not the rest of his 4 years here. So I chose to teach him a lesson, put him on the dean's work list. If he so much as breathes wrong without the dean's permission he is subject to expulsion. TLDR, my scooter got stolen while I was having dinner. The university police uncovered an underground scooter stealing gang, got the ringleader to rat out the thief. I got to condemn him to a college career on the dean's sheet list. Wheel justice, law order style. I work as a bookkeeper at a real estate office with about 50 real estate agents. One agent, we'll call him Bob, left mysteriously sometime in the spring of 2012. Because he worked in another building, I didn't have a ton of interaction with him, but every time I went there he was always talking loudly and insulting his wife, etc. Though I thought the wife comments were out of line, I didn't voice my opinions because I was new. 3 to 4 months later Bob returned, and I was able to witness his antics firsthand. Let me list 2 prime examples of his behavior that stick out in my mind. We have one office administrator, and she is constantly overworked and is basically the backbone of the office. She has accumulated about 2 months of paid time off, because if she ever takes time off people begin to panic. One time she was working on a transaction where the agent failed to complete a lot of paperwork, and she, rightfully, said this paperwork sucks. Bob then replied to her, I'll give you something to suck on. I could tell she was having a bad day and this didn't help. Our building is 1 story and the front doors are glass. The front door also happens to be right next to the only color copier. One time, while Bob was standing outside smoking a cigarette, he noticed one of the other agents was waiting in line with a ton of papers which were probably in some order. Never failing to seize an opportunity to be an asshole, he slammed his palms on the glass door and made a loud noise, which made the agent drop all her papers. Obviously she was furious, to which he replied, sorry, I'd help but I'm not allowed to bring the cigarette inside, while laughing his head off. I'm sure you can see why my opinion of Bob is very low. Several coworkers have described him as a man-child or lawsuit waiting to happen, both of which I think are accurate. Shortly after he returned, he consistently complained about wanting one of the offices with a locking door in our building because he didn't have enough space in his cubicle. Such rooms are a premium in our office, and they usually go to our highest producing agents or staff that need it. One of these rooms was shared by myself and the other bookkeeper. We need a room that locks, so people don't get access to the company's checks or other sensitive financial data. We also have a ton of files etc. between the two of us, and this office was perfect for keeping it all secure. He somehow convinced my boss to relocate us to a cubicle so he could take our office. 2 weeks after he officially moved in, he had the following items in his new office: a laptop with laptop charger and a Costco-sized bag of famous Amos cookies. Being perplexed as to why this asshole claimed to need so much space, but actually required so little, I entered his office late one evening. I have the master key and confirmed that all the drawers and filing cabinets were completely empty. 2 more weeks pass by and the situation is the same. This was right around the time when he slammed his hand against the door and made the other agent drop all her things, so I didn't feel about what I did next. After everyone left, I went into his office, opened his bag of cookies, and crushed them all with my hands. I then spit into the bag, sealed it up, and exited. The next day the bag was gone, and he seemed pretty irritable for no reason, presumably because he didn't have cookies to snack on that day. TLDR, as whole womanizing man-child real estate agent steals my office from me because he needs more space, ends up filling the space with one laptop and one Costco-sized bag of famous Amos. I smash all his cookies in the bag and spit in it. I like to drop in and play pickup hockey whenever I get the chance. The sheet is a little far from my place, so I like to call ahead to see how many players are signed up for the skate before I leave. If there are too many, I'll usually stay home because it means I don't get a lot of ice time. One day, I called multiple times to get a hold of the front desk clerk to ask the number of skaters, but there was no answer. I decided to drive over and risk it being a wasted trip, hoping that I would get to play. When I got there, I saw ice was full and was angry that I will have wasted an hour of my day driving because the clerk didn't do her job. She was just sitting at the front desk playing with her phone. I stopped, stood there a second, and decided to call again. I heard the phone ring and watched her ignore it. Then I decided I was going to skate, but I wasn't going to pay. I walked right past her, and her manager saw me get past without paying and stopped me. I told him that I figured, so long as she wasn't doing her job answering the phone, that she should continue not doing her job and not charge me a session fee. He said it didn't work like that, and I immediately told him how I had to drive a half hour to come play, how her answering the phone ensures that I can spend my money on ice time at the facility and not on gas driving back from the days that I can't play. But if I got to skate for free, then it didn't bother me because the free ice time was worth the drive. He agreed with my logic, apologized, and handed me a free 10-session pass, the cost of which would be taken out of the clerk's final paycheck. It took a second for the clerk to process that her manager had said final paycheck. She looked at him shocked when she realized she'd just been fired. TLDR clerk wasn't doing her job. I got a free gift from her awesome manager, and she got fired. I work as a cashier at a little retail store and probably have the meanest manager on earth. The day before yesterday, she screamed at me the second I walked in the door over a misplaced layaway that wasn't my fault at all. Although the misplacement was not my mistake, she still proceeded to blame me for it, saying that I did the labels wrong. She told me the next time this happened I would have to come into the store and look for it myself without being clocked in. The next day, a man came about 5 minutes before closing, placing in a layaway with almost $700 worth of stuff. It took me about 15 minutes to ring and box everything up. When I was done, I had 77 individual items divided up into 13 boxes. Since my manager so eloquently told me that if I were to do the labels wrong again, that I would have to do unpaid work and or get wrote up, I needed to do the labels correctly. The thing about labels is they only print 12 items per label, so for one box I had to print off 7 labels and stick them all on there 13 different times. So it is time for me to clock out, and my manager comes over and sees that I'm still printing off my labels. If I disrupt the label process, it will cancel the layaway and mess our system up. She asked me to print fewer labels and get it over with, and I so nicely reminded her of her harsh statement she screamed at me the day before about doing the labels incorrectly, and we ended up having to wait over an hour for labels to print. Long story short, she yelled at me and blamed me for something I didn't do, and the next day she had to pay me for an hour's worth of overtime. I used to work in New York City and live outside in Court, which I still live here, I just no longer work in the city. But that's besides the point. So I would take a commuter train into and out of the city every single day, and every day there were the same people. We all knew each other, and all that commuter protocol. You be polite and quiet because everybody is either starting or ending a long day and everybody wants to just get to work. Point, I'm a bigger guy, and I know it's an inconvenience for such a situation, but if anybody feels that they don't want to stand, I make the best effort to allow them a seat without me getting in the way. Well, one night on the way home from a really long day, I was sitting in a seat reading a book, and a woman who just jumped onto the train at the very last second, causing the doors to clip her back, decided to sit right next to me. So I shuffle my stuff over out of her way and politely let her sit and get back to my reading. So about 10 minutes go by and the complete silence of the train car keeps getting interrupted by this woman's cell phone. At first she kept ignoring, but after the third call back she decided to answer it and talk really loud. As she is talking on the phone, she is shuffling side to side trying to make more room for herself. She continues to talk on her phone while people are trying to sleep and widening her stance in the seat and complaining on the phone how these trains are too packed, yada yada. You can see people are starting to get really pissed at her because by that time of night people are trying to sleep. Well, all of a sudden she feels that she cannot get enough room by complaining and shuffling and jabs me really hard in the side. At that point I had it. You can be a real dick, complain all you want, but you touch me, that shit ain't happening. I scream out in pain real loud. Probably louder than it needed to be, but still it hurt, and she pissed me off. I stood up, started yelling about how she is elbowing me and telling her, who the hell do you think you are? You can't go around hitting and abusing people like she just did. And she was lucky I'm not a physical person, cause I could have beaten the living shit out of her for that. Once I said that last bit, she looked over at me, hung up the phone, and left the car. Nobody said anything. They just went back to sleeping or reading. But it made feel so good to embarrass her so bad to the point she actually left the car. Years ago I was driving to work. About 25 of the 35-minute drive took place on two connecting highways. Many people really speed on these highways, as in 25 plus over, so I usually stay at my moderate 10 over in the right lane. Shortly after entering the highway I came upon a construction zone where the right lane was closed for a very short distance. There was only one other car on the road at the time, and he was going just slightly faster than me in the left lane, but was still behind me about 2 car lengths. I stayed in the right lane encouraging him to pass me until the roadblocks began cutting my lane off. Since I didn't have a choice, I signaled and merged into the left lane in front of him. As soon as I turned my signal on, he sped up, closing the 2 car lengths, and tailgated me for about a mile, despite the construction lasting only about 250 feet and me switching back to the right lane. He was so close I couldn't even see the hood of his car. When he finally passed me, he gave me the finger. Apparently the guy's trip had him taking the same turns as me, only about 3 turns, but close to a half hour in duration. I'm a big guy, 6 feet 4 inches, 250 pounds, and the guy got a good look at me when he passed. So I followed him, as long as he was going the same direction as me. I didn't give him the finger, I didn't tailgate him, I maintained about 3 car lengths between him and I, but made it a point to stay directly behind him. After he interpreted this as me following him, he began speeding up as fast as 85 and slowing down as slow as 40 on an interstate. He also acted like he was turning off the highway on multiple exits. During all this, I maintained the same distance, staying directly behind him, and even signaling. When he did point, this lasted for almost the entire duration of my trip, 30 to 35 minutes, before I came upon my exit. It became clear he wasn't taking my exit, So I pulled up next to him before exiting and just smiled and gave him a friendly wave. He waved back. In hindsight, I realize how dumb and potentially dangerous this was, despite having absolutely zero intention of any sort of confrontation. But it was completely worth it to see the look on this guy's face. I'll bet he still thinks about me before allowing road rage to take over. For about 3 years now I've been working at my family's business. I spent 4 years as an officer in the army, then 2 years with a homeland security outfit. I then met the woman I wanted to marry and decided to move home. She has a great career as an attorney back home and go to grad school for software engineering. So, a few days out of each week I go to my family's store to give them a break and run the register, help customers, whatever needs doing. You would not believe the amount of people who come through here with their heads up their respective as, and sometimes each other's. Our store is in a high volume tourist area. For the first few months, on a daily basis, I would get people who look down their nose at me. They do not return greetings, they are rude and talk over me, they ask questions and don't listen to the answer. They answer their cell phones while in mid-sentence with me. There are just a lot of self-entitled assholes who leave their respective cities to go on holiday or to a conference and then treat people who they don't feel like they gain anything from treating well, like dirt. Well, after a few months of it, I totally altered the way I treat customers. I treat everyone like they are a guest in my store, and I do my best to command their courtesy. I won't talk to people if they are on the cellular. If they are snippy or demanding or discourteous, they get ignored, and I give my complete attention to someone else. If they act bossy or complain about a price or act in any way like they are displeased with something in our store, I, in a very overly friendly way, suggest alternative places such as Walmart where they may be more comfortable shopping. In short, I don't take anyone's sheet, but in a non-belligerent courteous way. I'd say that my negative interactions have decreased 85% or 90% just by me setting the tone for how I allow people to treat me as a customer service/tourism service professional. There are of course exceptions, particularly loudmouths who try to show off in groups. I've had cracks like, didn't you ever want to do something else with your life, and you're still young, you should go to school, or do you have any plans for your future, etc. I had one man who was with a woman, obviously not his wife, but another conference attendee, tell me, after noticing my BlackBerry, I guess anyone can afford a BlackBerry nowadays. I smiled and said I guess so. What is funny is that, the next day he came back again with the same woman. It was their last day for the conference. I keep a calendar of events, and he was buying something for his kids. The woman was leaning up against his shoulder as I wrapped the item, and ran his card on our iTouch. We have that square reader. I snapped a photo of the item, which is an option, to attach it to the receipt, and included him and his conference lover in frame. When he sent the receipt to his email, it included the photo too. I can only hope his wife saw it. TLDR, lots of rude people treat retail workers like shit. Don't be one of them. Was working at a gas station when I was in college. This older man came in with a pack of Virginia Slims, came up to the counter, which had the typical bulletproof glass in case of a robbery, but we kept the one between the cashier and customer slid open, since it wasn't exactly a dangerous city. He tells me in a dickish tone, I want to exchange these for a pack of Camel non-filters. I look at the top and see there isn't a number written on them. We numbered our cigs with a Sharpie for inventory purposes. I tell him politely that I can't exchange them. Well, why not? To which I reply, well, there is a price difference that makes Camels more expensive, and in addition, you didn't buy those here, so I can't do a refund. He walks over to the drink machine looking pretty pissed off. Asks me how much a fountain drink is. I tell him 95 cents after tax for the cup he is holding up. He comes up to the counter, slams his change on the counter. I calmly complete the transaction. As I'm putting the money in the register, he says, you know, if I hadn't had just gotten out of jail, I would reach in there and beat the shit out of you. I grin and say have a nice day. Due to his obesity and bum leg, I doubt he could have gotten a hold of me before I grabbed the 2 or so pound crescent wrench that I was going to bash his faking skull in with. I used to drive a minivan. Point being an aware driver, I was well aware of how other drivers looked at me. Though being an aware driver I rarely caused problems for others in spite of being in a van. Point near the end of my van's life, I was driving home one afternoon. I get onto a 2-lane interchange which shortens to 1 lane midway through the turn, before merging with a truck route on the left, and then the freeway about another 300 feet down. I'm in the left lane with nobody behind me, and 3 people in front of me in the right lane. Point all of a sudden, this faking guy, I noticed him for 2 reasons. 1. He's driving the same kind of van as me. Same color even. Wow. Cosmic shit happened here. 2. He is going to collide with me. Oh god, how did he get going that fast? I do what any reasonable person does in this situation. I accelerate and bank into my turn a little more, to give him more time to go the fuck around, and more room to do it. Point he whips past me, almost sideswiping me in the process before practically fishtailing, slowing down for the car in front of him in the right lane, which he ended up in after avoiding me. Heart rate up, the turn begins, and being that I sped up and banked to the side of the turn, I came out in front of the car this guy is by now tailgating. Point truck route approaches. There is an oil tanker ahead of us as our procession of incompetence merges into traffic behind it. Point now, as this truck route joins the freeway, there is an exit before it becomes the freeway properly. The car between me and douche lord exits. Douche lord accelerates and begins tailgating me. Point now, that truck I mentioned, it merges over into the next left lane from in front of me, and the 2 cars between me and it speed ahead. I decide to feign speeding up as the truck climbs, but then as the ground evens out, I match my speed to the truck, just as we are passing another on-ramp. Point so, to recap the position I put this guy in, he's stuck behind a van going 45 in a 60. To his left is a giant oil tanker going the same speed, and now behind him are a bunch of fresh cars to the mix, most of which decide that 45 at this time of day is good enough and just match speed with me. Point did I mention I had open, clear road in front of me the whole way and Mr. Doppelganger could see that, so this whole time, I want to add, I'm watching him in the rear view out of the corner of my eye. He's throwing his arms around, clearly screaming, banging his fists on the dashboard. You name the primitive monkey rage display, this man was making it. I didn't see where he progressed from there, but my point is I'd consider it within possible if he ended up flinging pup at some point. This goes on for about 15 miles before he turns off in what appeared to be frustration. I have myself a chuckle and complete my commute without further noteworthy incidents. TLDR, had an epic road battle with my traffic doppelganger, smote his ruin upon the mountainside. In my high school, before classes, a lot of us would study or hang out in the common area. This was a small school, and this area was also not that big. It was inside, had some nice little tables and chairs, but they were close together. I would usually either work on homework I put off, just chill with some friends, or play some Magic: The Gathering before classes started. However, there was this one kid who really liked to be annoying. He liked to do cartwheels and swing between 2 chairs by holding onto the seat backs of the ones we were sitting in. My group of friends eventually named this kid Flippy the Magic Freshman. Every time he would swing on our chairs, we'd tell him to stop, and he would never get in trouble for it. I forget why though. Eventually, I was fed up with his shit. So one day, I see him coming, doing his cartwheels and swinging through chairs whilst my buddies and I were playing some cards. He coming towards my chair, so I leaned forward and took most of my weight off of the chair. Also of note, these chairs had a little metal horizontal bar between the front and back legs. I tucked my heel behind it, and when Flippy came swinging onto my chair, I quickly stood up and kicked my heel towards my calf, causing the chair to fall over. This led to a hilarious display of Flippy doing a mid-air barrel roll and falling smack dab on his face. Everyone in the area noticed. He looked at me like a puppy that had just been kicked, and I felt slightly sorry for him. However, I just told him to not swing on my chair again, and he went somewhere else. I don't think that he ever tried to swing on my chair ever again. TLDR, Flippy the Magic Freshman got himself flipped and fell flat on his face. I used to work in a real estate office. We would run credit reports to make sure the tenant was never in court with the landlord. This lady came in looking for an apartment. She had a government program, Section 8, that would pay most of her rent. I asked her to fill out an application. I asked her if she had ever been to court before running the credit report, so she doesn't waste the $40 it cost to run it. She denied it, so I thought I'd be nice enough to show her the apartment, and if she likes it, go ahead and run whatever background check and info I needed. She liked the apartment, so all good. Except that she had lied. She had 3 records of tenant-landlord court, and when I confronted her with this, I told her that the landlord would never let this through, and that she should have been sincere with me from the beginning instead of wasting my time and wasting her $40. She flipped out, started cursing me out, and telling me she wants her faking money back, and that she will have the police here because I'm running a scam and all kind of ludicrous stuff. I told her sorry, but those are the rules and I can't do much about it, especially with this landlord. She told me to get off my ass and find another landlord, and that she would call me back. She kept calling every day saying all kinds of nasty stuff to me. On the 4th day I finally gave in and gave her an address she could go look at. She called me saying that the address doesn't exist and that I must be retarded. I told her that it does exist. To which she said, listen you dumb fuck. There's only a cemetery here and nothing else. Me, ma'am, find a crypt and move in. Hang up. TLDR, told rude lady in a rather elaborate way to die. I'm a leasing consultant for tax dodgers. One gentleman, who drove a particularly valuable BMW M car, quit his job and wants starting his new role for some time. It's complicated, but without an employer to funnel costs through, I have no place in his arrangement, and he must pay the financier of his lease directly, as well as assume control of all of his other costs, fuel, insurance, etc. From the first time I dealt with him, this man was up himself, rude, constantly irate, and unreasonably demanding. I never liked him, but he was worth a lot of money to me. When he was headhunted, let's just say that his ego didn't exactly chickadee check itself. He would ignore calls and emails, never send paperwork back on time or correctly, and generally made life hard for myself and his employer. When I close someone off like this, we can usually pay a couple of payments in advance to keep the client's lease trading water until they start a new job. Tax law limits this to 1 extra payment, but our arrangement with the financier means we're always 2 payments behind. Anyway, this gentleman did not receive an offer of such treatment. Bottom line, he had to make 3x $3,200 lease payments himself that I could have charged to his employer as a tax deduction, which, at his marginal rate, cost him about $5,000. Pocket change, compared to his payout, I'm sure, but 5 large all the same. When I phoned the employer to make sure everything I sent across added up, the payroll woman asked any extra deductions on this one. Nope, I said, nothing. I heard her shrug down the line, sounds about right. Didn't mention he could have deducted a year's insurance too. One night I was driving home from the city to the burbs down a major highway. I tend to speed quite often and was cruising in the left lane pretty comfortably. In the middle lane to my right I approached a semi, and, once I passed its rear, a mini sub full of late teen douche baskets decides to swerve into my lane behind me and ride up on my ass like Vin Diesel in 3 Faster 3 Furiouser. Keep in mind, I'm going a decent speed, not holding anyone back at all. I'm the leader of the left lane pack. To top this off, they immediately turned their brights on and kept them on for no faking reason. There was nothing to precede or prompt this kind of shit. So what did I do? Well, remember the semi? Yeah, the highway was pretty busy, though not clogged. The Ashats behind me had a car behind them. So I decided to use the semi to my advantage and box their smart ass in. I kept exact pace with the semi, with douche baskets in tow, brights on full blast in my rear view mirror. They thought this would faze me. Nope. I gave them the finger for about a minute or 2 through my back window, then made like David Caruso, reached up to my visor, popped my sunglasses out from the clip, and threw them on like a faking boss. Not only were these fakers boxed in, but their brights did nothing to annoy me while I purposefully sported sunglasses at night. This was accented, of course, by my raised middle finger and shit-eating grin point. I kept this going for another few minutes to really drive, no pun intended, the point home. Then, I sped up took my sunglasses off, and glared at them as they sunk into the middle lane, while I sped off. They didn't even look at me, they did look defeated. Highway win. Not me, but my dad. We were in Costco, getting groceries for Thanksgiving. We were making our rounds, when we see a large man on his Bluetooth talking loudly, slowly weaving back and forth without getting any groceries. He would then stop in the middle of the aisle and leave his cart in the way of the rest of us, and walk off to look at food he wasn't going to buy, all the while talking on his phone. This happened a few times, and my dad and I saw the frustrated reactions of other patrons when he bagged and would venture off into another adventure. The next time he did it, my dad would push his cart out of the way and off to the side. He would return with a confused look, then would leave his cart again. Once again my dad moved his cart to the side. This time he saw what my dad did, told his call to hold on, and proceeded to yell at my dad. My dad countered, saying stop leaving your cart in the way and maybe you won't have any problems. My dad, former military, glared and stared down douchey Dan, who backed down and turned away in defeat, muttering under his breath and insulting my dad, who hurt him. My dad said, "Do we have a problem?" glaring into his soul. He abruptly apologized and moved his dumbest TLDR. Dad moved douche's cart out of the way, who confronted and was thrown off by the death stare. I work in a restaurant where customer service is highly stressed. I despise having to hold my tongue, so it's rather hard. I once had a man come in who immediately started screaming because he'd been told there was a 30-minute wait to be seated over the phone, while our restaurant was mostly empty. When he came in, we were booked from 6 p.m. till 9 p.m. He targeted our only Latino waiter on staff that night as the person who told him the wait time, screaming and cursing at him. Our manager, who has a Spanish accent, had picked up the phone before leaving for the night, so on top of being rude, he was a racist dick. I calmly walk up to him dressed as the hostess. I appear to be the manager as I'm not wearing the typical work uniform. He screams my ear off. I blink blankly, tell him I'm hard of hearing, and ask him to repeat. He gets more irate and repeats. I tell him I'm near deaf and can't hear. He screams louder. At this point the patrons that are staring at him. I finally blink in understanding and give him a big smile. "Oh, sir. Why, I'm not the manager, I'm the hostess. Our manager has left for the night, but I can get you the assistant manager if you'd like to wait. Or would you prefer the phone number to our corporate headquarters?" Small revenge, but it felt good. I had walked to a nearby 7-Eleven to get a midnight snack. As I was getting ready to pay, 3 little gangster kids walk in. 2 go to the back where the beer is and 1 stays up front to watch me and the cashier, a woman in her 60s. It's past time when alcohol is allowed to be sold, and the cashier tells them so. They tell her she's a stupid bitch and to shut the fuck up. I do what I want 'cause I'm a gangster, bitch, and other such nonsense. I consider my odds both of winning if I attack them and of whether I could get arrested, and finally decide to do nothing. They throw a few more insults at the cashier and walk out with their stolen sheet. I go to pay for my stuff and say to the lady, "It's a shitty old world sometimes." She responds, "Yeah it is. It's a shitty goddamn world," and I can see she's crying a little. I leave to walk home, and lo and behold, the 3 little gangster fucks are walking down the street to an apartment complex right next to the 7-Eleven. I watch them stash some of their stolen beer in a truck and take the rest inside an apartment. I decide to view this as an opportunity and walk home. I get all black clothes on, walk back to their apartment parking lot with a giant rock and heave it into their windshield. I had also brought a screwdriver to stab their tires with, but decided to just get out of there. Not destroying their tires is something I regret to this day. Something I'm not proud of really, but at my boyfriend's apartment, I had parked my car in visitor parking. I see a lot of the same cars park there each week and have not had any problems with them. The spaces are pretty big, so even trucks and SUVs can park with no problem. This one night however, it wasn't that late. We were about to leave when we saw a massive truck had not only parked a foot over the line into my space to where I was unable to open any doors, they also dented the handle of my passenger door trying to get out. I was pretty livid that this person didn't even bother to write a note apologizing for the damage. It's not about the damage, the handle still works and it's really the principle of the thing. Or even try to correct their shitty parking job so it wouldn't seem obvious they did it. We noticed that this person had a bag of trash in the bed of their truck. So I get the grand idea to put the trash bag on the hood of the truck and rip it open to where its contents spewed out. Sadly we never got to see the reaction of the truck owner, but I could only imagine they decided to park somewhere else from now on. I feel bad about it, that this is as close to an act of vandalism of someone else's property I've ever committed. However, if you don't respect my property, I sure as hell won't respect yours. TLDR. Big truck parks shitty by blocking entrance to the car, dents passenger handle, and doesn't correct parking. Use the trash in the back of their truck and dump it on their hood. While I was working as a cashier at Safeway, I had a customer come to my express check stand with a regular sized hot soup that was about 75% full and a few other items. Keep in mind that this is a middle-aged man with nice looking clothes on, holding the keys to a BMW. I was 22 years old and a male. He asks for a discount on his soup due to the cup only being 3/4 full. I politely inform him that store policy dictates that I cannot give him a discount on the soup. He complains loudly, and I offer him a compromise. I will charge him for the smaller size of soup that is not normally sold, unless it's a combo with a deli sandwich. He will save something like 30 cents. I inform him he also has the option of not taking the soup. He then proceeds to say, "Wow, you're cheap. I wouldn't want to be your girlfriend," to which I reply, "That is fine. You don't have to be my girlfriend." Him, "Wow, you arrogant little sheet." I don't respond to his insult. I ring through the remainder of his purchases. The total comes to $30. He then says, $30? You're Safeway? You're the service they offer here? I say, "Yes, I do indeed work here." Him, "Fuck you." He then proceeds to leave his groceries behind and does not pay. I void his order and continue business as usual. The following customer and I laughed at him for being an asshole. TLDR customer complaining about not having a full soup. I offer discount. He calls me cheap and proceeds to swear at me. I piss him off by not getting upset / bending to his will. One day the local church goer stopped by my house and wrapped my mom into a conversation. My mom was religious, but she didn't follow any strict teachings of God, just part of the Lutheran teaching and what she had adapted for so long. Now my mom was an amazing woman. She showed unconditional love. She loved working and helping people. She was a nurse's aide, and she would any that she could point. So I go outside for a smoke during this conversation and you can see the frustration on her face. They are just badgering her, even though she believed in God, just not their idea of God. I bit my tongue until one guy told her, "You're going to hell," for something along the lines of not believing exactly what we do. I snapped. I'm usually very kind to the people that go around preaching, and I usually just respectfully explain I have no interest, but not this time. I immediately got into a discussion with them as I ushered my mom off. I took all of their teachings and threw them back into their face and pointed out how hypocritical they were and how their beliefs even state that you shouldn't judge others, since that is the job of God. After about 5 minutes of them trying to talk over me and me completely smashing every single thing I could muster up into their face, I could tell I had not only won, but pissed them off, because what they said before they left was, "Well, we are going to pray for you. We are going to pray you don't go to hell." My response, "Cool, and I'll pray that you learn some manners, respect, but not to God, because that would be faking pointless." Felt good, and I told my mom and you could tell she was delighted. Note, I never say things like that unless it was justified. I'm very humble about not arguing with or telling people their religion is wrong, but this was one case I could not be humble. My favorite story of a situation like this is from when I was working as barman in a hotel. There had been a private party going all day in one of the function room, and towards the end of the night they moved into the main public bar. Most of the group were okay. Some of them were a bit snobby. This one dickhead was drinking gin and tonic for the sake of looking sophisticated. If you've ever worked in bar, you will know the type. So anyway, we end up running out of lemons to put in drinks because we were so busy all day. Most normal people just say oh okay and take a drink without it or order something else. But not this guy. He made a huge scene, shouting about what a shoddy hotel it was and how the bar staff were the worst he had ever encountered. So to shut him up I said that I would have a look in the kitchen fridge to see if we had any left. In reality I just walked into the cleanup area and started picking lemons out of our waste bucket, which was for the shit people leave in their glasses, like tea bags, beer mats, cigarette butts etc. and of course old lemon slices, so I cleaned any obvious dirt of them and put one in his drink. And all the other drinks he ordered over the rest of the night. He shut up until they were all leaving and made a big scene about how I was the only decent member of staff in the bar and gave me a €50 tip. No guilty conscience on my part though. He was a prick and made every staff member's night crap. Spent the tip on a round of beers for all of us TLDR. Used shitty lemons in a dickhead's duty. He tipped €50. I bought my friend's beer. Almost every day I pass a construction site going home from work. It's a very large construction site, so several roads have been redirected and temporary crossings have been put in place. These temporary crossings have a special property. They turn green for the pedestrian as soon as you hit the button. I know of this, and since I'm a bit of a believer in chaos theory I avoid to use the lights and just cross the road instead when it's clear. The crossing where this story takes place is just next to a permanent large crossroads with a crossing, which I cannot cross without waiting for green light, because there are a lot of cars. This means that every time I arrive at the special crossroads there are red lights both for me and for the cars. Remember, if I press the button, the light will instantly turn green for me, and the cars will have to wait longer, which is why I just cross without pressing the button. So one day, some stupid old lady in a shitty little car is waiting at this red light, and I cross as I usually do without pressing the button, actually to not keep her waiting. But she is upset because rules are not followed, so she honks at me in a very angry way. She has a red light. What do? I continue across the road, press the button, so my light goes green, and she gets approximate plus 30 seconds of waiting time and I walk past her car with my fuck you finger raised. I imagine it made her day. Short story. Lady got angry because I tried to be nice. I undid my nice thing and flipped her off. In college there was this one guy that was a friend of a friend. He was annoying, cocky, and full of himself. My high school friends and I all went to the same college, and this guy I'm talking about would come around often and be a complete sleazebag, loud, belligerent, and just faking annoying. Anyways, I knew whatever we were talking about or discussing, he would try to inject himself in the conversation and make it about him, somehow or some way. So one day, knowing he didn't drink alcohol, I asked him why if he was such a badass he wasn't drinking beers with us. His immediate reply was as cocky as usual, saying, "Hell, I'll drink you under the table, because I'm a drinker," and he goes on and on about how he drinks, etc etc. So I go and get him a Corona out of the fridge and give it to him. He immediately took it and began to twist the cap off. But anyone who drinks knows imported Coronas are not twist cap, they're pop caps. I had already loosened the cap of my beer before offering him one. So I twisted my already loosened cap off right in front of his face and made sure he heard about how much of a beach he was for not being able to open his. I'd pay 4 months' salary just to see the strain and anguish in his face as he proceeded to twist the cap off for the next 15 minutes. I even handed him a towel to help as we drank our beers and laughed hysterically to his utter dismay. Once his hand became bloody, I took the beer away from him, loosened it with a bottle opener stealthy without his knowledge, and then proceeded to twist his cap off in front of everyone. I opened it, as if I were using all the strength I had, and told him again, acting just as cocky as I could be, that he was complete beach for not being able to open it. He was so embarrassed and bewildered that I had done something he couldn't do, that he tried again on another beer for 20 minutes, with bleeding hand, and all of us laughing our asses off. Safe to say he went home feeling pretty weak. The next day he came back around. Long story short, we were drinking domestic beers that day, and I broke out a Bud Ice and twisted my cap off. I threw down $300 on the table, slammed a Bud down on top, and dared him to match my bet and twist the top off like a man. He refused my request, for an entire hour, literally sinking down in his seat from the laughter around him. Finally, I snatched his beer, twisted the top off, took my 300, and told him for one final time, with the room ablaze in laughter, how much of a beach he was. That was a day that lives in infamy, and to this day he probably has the bottle cap knowledge of a rock. A long time ago I ended up going back to high school to get a couple of credits after taking a year off to work before college. I didn't need any of the credits, I just was going crazy trying to get into my college program point, so I signed up for the advanced cooking and baking class at a local high school. It was fun. I was actually picking up skills that I didn't have, and we ate like kings, because we were literally making food for the school cafeteria point every day. I'd come in around 9 AM to get started on cooking, and one day I was heading down the stairwell to the kitchen, and I ran into a larger senior kid bullying a younger chubbier junior. He literally had him cornered and was threatening to beat the shit out of him and demanding to know what he was going to do about it. I stood there for a moment and weighed intervening, because I had bullying problems of my own when I was younger, and I know that letting other people handle it for you doesn't solve the problem. Then the senior slapped the junior and all bets were off. I grabbed him by the shirt, jerked him away from the younger kid, and threw him up against a wall. He started to freak until he realized that I was much larger and older than he was. I was 22 at the time. He was about 17, so he wisely decided to hold his ground and ask me what the $% my problem was. Here's my problem, buddy. You're picking a fight with a kid much smaller than you are. That sucks. Leave him the $% alone or you and I are gonna have problems. You got it. I really wish I'd had a Schwarzenegger type quote to lay on his ass right then. I never have any good quips. When my adrenaline starts flowing, he started to try and argue with me, and I told him he could get out of here and leave the kid alone, or I would be happy to help him down the stairs. He left. The kid was pretty grateful. I told him to come find me in the kitchen if the other kid started bothering him again. He looked so happy that he nearly cried. There's no real wham moment in my story. I didn't become best friends with the kid. I don't know where he is now, and I only ever saw him one other time at the school while I was there for those courses. But it felt pretty nice to make one kid's life less craptastic for at least one afternoon. I'm an instructional designer, been jobless 8 months, but have been blessed with a great family who took me, and I signed up with a job search firm in May. Got a call from my rep 2 weeks ago to go to a job interview. I've been through lots of interviews, so I knew to prep my answers and have my resume and my own questions ready. Weird thing #1. My recruiter stresses that there is a mandatory post-interview debrief. I have never heard of this before, and since I don't work with this job agency regularly, I didn't say anything about it. I don't answer his first call, as my phone is on charge, damn Blackberries, but do manage to catch his second the next day. Weird thing #2. His tone. Accusatory and not at all polite. That I should have known it was mandatory. I'm asked very detailed questions about the interview, which I would normally have no issue with, but the questions then delved into my answers and how the interviewers reacted. I felt uncomfortable and asked why he was asking these questions. Weird thing #3. We have other people from this agency applying for that job, and I'm going to use your answers to help them prepare for this position. Clearly, a conflict of interest and an extremely unethical thing to do. I pointed out that I was uncomfortable. This wasn't cool, and I'd be happy to help with the feedback, but I wasn't going to jeopardize my own chances by doing this, at which point he laughed and said, I'm really enjoying this conversation, and we ended it. Clearly not ethical. I got in touch with the company over social media and explained the situation. Thankfully, they took action. I did not get the job, though, and I'm still jobless, which isn't good, but I'm still keeping my hopes up. Watching the election results yesterday on a big screen at my student union bar with maybe 6 others. 2 leave momentarily to get drinks/go to the bathroom. They leave their coats on their seats and ask us to save them for when they get back. Out of the blue, 2 guys come and sit down on the seats without asking if they are taken, and clearly ignoring they probably are, with the bags and coats already on them. Yes, that's right, they sit on the coats. We turn to them and explain that hey, sorry, those seats are taken, and the one guy replies with I don't care at all. And he's grinning as he says it, clearly enjoying the fact he is being rude as fuck. We ask them to move, and they just say nah, they are our seats now. So we actually have to ask them to stop sitting on the coats and stop putting their feet on the bags there and to hand them over. They do, grinning at how impolite they are being. I say directly to the guy who outright refused to move, that's a totally impolite thing to do. Point later on, they want a drink, but don't know where the bar is. They also need the bathroom, but they don't know where that is either. I get up and show them the way to both the bar and the bathroom. They don't thank me, but they seemed so sheepish and embarrassed that I helped them, and they don't say anything at all. Point just faked with them a bit, you know. Never met anyone so absolutely intolerably rude. I had rented a movie from Redbox at the local grocery store and went to return it with my girlfriend at the time. While entering the store, she had suggested that we see if that one movie we wanted to see was available for rental. As we get to the machine about 5 steps behind us, a man steps up right behind us. What we didn't know was that he and I both had our eyes on that Redbox machine, but we happened to be closer. He was so angry, huffing and puffing and stomping his feet as he changed standing posture. He kept letting out loud overdramatic sighs as we returned our DVD and began doing a search for the movie we wanted to see. This made him even more angry. So angry that he called up his wife on his cell phone while speaking ever so loudly, overcompensating for us both to hear him. He actually referred to us as an obnoxious young couple that had rudely cut in front of him, and he was going to be late getting home. At that moment I spun around, catching him still on the phone, and in professional and polite tone offered him our place at the machine. His face turned a bright red as he quietly hung up the phone and stepped up to the red box. For the rest of his visit at the red box there was an uncomfortable silence with him. The only difference was I held the keys in my hand because I called him out on something so small and trite that in the end he realized that he was being childish and stupid. After that I had an excellent day. I worked at a gas station for a few years. We were one of a few that sold diesel on this particular side of town. Point anyway, I was working one afternoon and this guy comes up to the counter complaining that the diesel pump wasn't taking his card. I checked my register and didn't see anything, so I told him that he might have put it in wrong or that it was too worn to work. I suggested that I could run his card inside if he'd like. He faking flips at this point and starts questioning my intelligence, my mother's sexual proclivities and everything in between. I was pretty taken aback, so I let him go on for a little bit. After I tried to calm him down with no success, I walked out from behind the counter and told him to get the fuck out of my store. Not really my store, I just worked there. I had to tell him a couple of times, like he was a dog or something. Anyway, the miserable asshole goes back to his car, starts sticking with it some more. He finally comes back in and looks sheepish as hell, like he realized he is out of gas and might not make it across town. He was like, "Can we try running my card inside?" And I just had to laugh. Couldn't help it. I told him to get out of the property before I called the police, as I had already warned him for his language and behavior the first time. The miserable cretin looked so down, I almost felt bad for him. But fuck him. I hope he had to walk 10 miles. I got paid cheat and I didn't need his bullshit added to what the owner provided me in bulk every day. As a sort of afterward, I ended up getting hurt at that job. Sprung a disc in my back. Ended up getting paid to stay home for a couple of years, and after months of diagnostics and therapy, finally surgery. I'm pretty sure the owner's insurance premium is in the stratosphere now. Serves them right. I'm a leasing consultant for tax dodgers. One gentleman, who drove a particularly valuable BMW M car, quit his job and wasn't starting his new role for some time. It's complicated, but without an employer to funnel costs through, I have no place in his arrangement, and he must pay the financier of his lease directly, as well as assume control of all of his other costs, fuel, insurance, etc. From the first time I dealt with him, this man was up himself, rude, constantly irate, and unreasonably demanding. I never liked him, but he was worth a lot of money to me. when he was headhunted. Let's just say that his ego didn't exactly chickadee check itself. He would ignore calls and emails, never send paperwork back on time or correctly, and generally made life hard for myself and his employer. When I close someone off like this, we can usually pay a couple of payments in advance to keep the client's lease treading water until they start a new job. Tax law limits this to one extra payment, but our arrangement with the financier means we're always 2 months behind. Anyway, this gentleman did not receive an offer of such treatment. Bottom line, he had to make 3x $3,200 lease payments himself that I could have charged to his employer as a tax deduction, which, at his marginal rate, cost him about $5,000. Pocket change, compared to his payout, I'm sure, but 5 large all the same. When I phoned the employer to make sure everything I sent across added up, the payroll woman asked any extra deductions on this one. Nope, I said, nothing. I heard her shrug down the line, sounds about right. Didn't mention he could have deducted a year's insurance too. I made the mistake of going into Michael's on a Sunday morning. Michael's, for the uninformed, is a superstore for craft supplies and household decorations. I was third in line, and behind me were easily 15 other people. There was also a second line to my right with an equal amount of people. The lady at the front of the line purchased over $100 in Halloween items that were all discounted between 50% and 80% off. After her transaction, she steps to the end of the counter to examine her receipt and her items. The person in front of me finishes with her 2-item transaction, and my 2-item transaction is about to be up. The lady with her $100 in merchandise steps in front of me and tells the cashier that the cashier had rung up an item incorrectly. The item in question, $1.75 Halloween stickers, before 50% off. This thing had the audacity to cut in front of a long line and demand a refund. The cashier tells her to step to the end of the line. The lady says, "I don't think so." The cashier turns and apologizes to me. I respond with, "It's okay, some people are incredulous." I stared into her icy blue eyes and glared. She said, "How dare you?" I retorted, "Get in the back of the line." I was not aware that the cashier was almost finished with the transaction. The lady stared in disbelief and stared at me while I stood in my most menacing and evil look possible. She received her refund and left the store as fast as she could. Probably a bit late for this and might not be quite what you're after, but I used to work in a bank and was on the customer service desk dealing with transfers and problems in the dreaded bank charges. In the UK, this was a massive issue with a lot of media attention. It was a rough job, but every now and then you'd be able to help someone out and get a very annoying issue solved and really make someone's day. My manager, however, did not make my job easy. She was a real asshole. She was bigoted and generally unpleasant and did not like me. I gave her no reason to, but we didn't mesh. It was rough. One day she insulted me, openly berated me for not answering her call. We worked 3 floors of stairs apart, and I was with a customer so couldn't respond on the radio at the time, and called me incompetent and work shy. Red-faced, I walked off, gathered statements from the people in branch that witnessed this, and sent them to my area manager with a letter explaining that I could no longer work for the company as she was too unbearable. I wanted out anyway and had gained a place at university, so I wasn't losing any sleep over that. The area manager came in a week later to verify the accounts of what happened and made her apologize in front of the staff. She really hated me from then on, but I left a month later and have been happier ever since. I went back a few months back and apparently she had been replaced and fired for bullying staff. I work in a resale center for a local non-profit organization. We have signs plastered everywhere that all sales are final period. I generally work in the back going through donations, testing electronics, so on and so forth. Well, one day we got a pretty nice Sony portable stereo system. I tested it, and my co-workers and I played around with it in the back room for a few days before putting it out on the floor. Usually when we test things we write tested on the price tag, but still offer people to test things out for themselves if they want. Some lady bought it, I wasn't present, for $25. Not bad for a stereo system with detachable speakers. A few days later she came back to return it. My coworker who was working the front came and got me since she had no night tested it because the lady had complained it didn't work. I plugged it in, turned it on and popped a CD in. Sounded fine. She complained that the radio didn't work. Alright. I turned it to the radio and put it on a station I knew worked. Sounded great. She complained she doesn't listen to crappy music, she only listens to classical. She turned it to a well-known station, talk radio / classical, and it was fuzzy. My coworker chimed in that station is always fuzzy, my husband listens to it, and it's fuzzy in our car. It's just the station, not the stereo. Well, the lady wasn't happy about that and blabbed about how it sounded perfectly clear and crisp on her other system. After arguing a bit back and forth about how all sales are final, it's on the receipt and plastered everywhere in the store. She decided to test her CD, a classical CD. I put the CD in, sounded perfectly fine. She pointed to a speaker and said, "See, it sounds fuzzy. It wasn't properly tested. It's broken. I want store credit." We don't do store credit. We don't even have a damn computer in the store. Just an old school register with its own set of problems. She wasn't happy. She said for us to keep the stereo and said we don't know how to test things. Basically trashed talked us, and as she went to turn around, after saying yes I'm redonating it, I don't want a broken stereo. Mind you, there were several customers in the store and this lady was being loud and obnoxious to try and make us look bad. We tell her we are sorry. All sales are final, no exchanges, refunds, or store credit. It goes to a good cause, to help people out in our local community, and we appreciated her business. She got mad, and just as she turned to walk out, a customer who had been listening wanted to buy the stereo right then and there, and mentioned how the lady needed a new hearing aid and to stop being such a beach to us. It was pretty awesome. The rest of the customers in the store said we were really nice and kept complimenting us on our customer service. I don't know if it made their day worse, but I had a customer come in right at the beginning of my shift last week. I work in the electronics section of Walmart, telling me she bought a Virgin mobile phone, and when she tried to activate it, the customer service rep said that we needed to activate it at the store level. Prepaid phones have to be activated at our register when being purchased, or they are useless. Anyways, I had never dealt with this kind of thing happening before. So I called up the front-end supervisor to ask what to do. I was told to ask for a receipt, which I did. I don't have it. Well then I'm sorry, but you're going to have to come back with it so I can confirm the serial number on the phone with the one on the receipt. Suddenly out of nowhere she gets pissed and goes, "This is faking bullshit. You expect me to drive 15 minutes to go home and find a receipt and 15 minutes back?" To which I replied, "Yes ma'am, I'm sorry, but that's how it's going to have to be, otherwise I can't do anything with this phone. Faking bullshit, I'm out of here." And she turns around and starts to walk away, at which point I just simply said, "Thanks, have a nice night." And I got a nice "fuck you faking asshole" thrown my way in front of all the other customers that were waiting, busted up laughing miles off. The other customers for the most part had a good chuckle. 2-point edit. TLDR, was treated rudely by customer, treated them nicely anyways, got told "fuck you," and other customers laughed at her. I work in a restaurant, so of course I have shitty people to deal with. I had a server come back and say their table was asking for extra sauce for a pasta. I explained to him that it wasn't possible to create this sauce without creating the dish all over, and that if that's what the customer wants, we could do that. He relays this to them, which they then say not to worry about it. Not 5 minutes later, the server is back, and the table wants to speak with me. The dish, which is well over half gone, wasn't satisfying to them. In their words, incredibly dry. Being a good guy, I told them I'd remake the pasta, no questions asked, and make sure there's extra sauce. When it comes time to check out, though, they attempt to use a coupon that clearly is both expired and not relevant to any dishes they got. What's worse is that the discount is for a whopping $1.75. On principle, I stand my ground at first. When it comes time to bring the bill to the table, I tell the server I'll handle it. I take the $1.75 off, walk up to the table, and say loudly, "I made sure you didn't have to pay $1.75 extra for that," making eye contact with the other tables as I'm doing this. They start getting more and more irate, cursing me out, and one of them telling me they're secret shoppers. I gave them a look of complete disbelief and watched them leave the store, which they proceeded to flip me off and, I assume, scream more profanity. When I worked at a hotel, if you were rude to me, I'd accidentally put your credit card information on an event account. You'd get charged for 30 meals or something. Your card would get maximumed out. Sure, it would clear up eventually, but it's a real pain in the ass. I might get chewed out, but I've been chewed out before, and it was worth it to ruin your day. Point also, I worked the evening shift, so I'd go home and stay up until around 4 or 5 in the morning. I'd crank call your room at random intervals throughout the night, so you didn't get any sleep. I'd stick you in rooms without working heaters or a /C. I'd stick you on a floor with a high school soccer team. I'd forget to put your wake up call in so you'd oversleep. I'd bring your meals up personally after preparing them specially for you. Point I was a vindictive monster and I absolutely loved it. Next time you experience a horror story on your vacation, pause and consider how you treated the guy behind the desk of your hotel. You have no idea how much power that guy potentially wields. He decides whether you enjoy yourself or not. Point conversely, if you were nice to me, you might get a bottle of champagne or a complimentary breakfast. I'd call up your taxi driver directly, so I knew you had a competent driver who'd show up immediately. I'd tell you where to have a fantastic meal or a great time. I'd go out of my way to make sure you enjoyed yourself. Point I don't believe karma just happens on its own. It needs to be coaxed. Sorry for length, I'm a bit long-winded. Point after working late one night I went to Walmart to get a couple of items, and you know how that goes at Walmart. Next thing I know I have 13 items. I walk up to a checkout line and didn't realize that it was Express 12 or less item line. Walmart was not busy at all. Lanes to both sides of mine had only one person in them. A grumpy old man walks up behind me as I've just put my 13th item on the belt. He remarks, "There's a special place in hell for people like you." Not realizing he's speaking to me, I look around for the intended person. That's when he really starts in on me. I explain to him in a very calm manner that I'm very sorry, that I did not realize that it was the express lane, and offer for him to go in front of me. He won't quit his harassment. I mean, saying things like, "You're just a faking stupid to realize you were in the express lane, you faking moron. What, are ya retarded or something?" I tell him that I was raised to respect my elders, but he was crossing a line with me, and that would not be tolerated. He continues. Finally fed up with his antics, I ask him, "Well, how many items do you have?" He replies, "I have 12 items, like I'm supposed to, you faking retard." At the top of his lungs, I grab his closest item, Colgate toothpaste, and launch it as far as I can towards the back of the store, and tell him he now has 11 items. "Would you like to work on 10? He goes absolutely nuts, screaming, hitting. Not much damage. He is about 5 feet 2 inches, 130 pounds, and I'm 6 feet 1 inch, 205. I continue picking up his items and throwing them as far as I can. Get down to about 6 items before the manager and police officer get over to us. Cashier explains what happened. Police officer handcuffs the guy for assaulting me. The manager tries to keep a straight face about the whole situation. Officer asks me if I want to press assault charges. I reply, "No sir, his hitting really didn't hurt. I wouldn't consider it an assault." Cop laughs and escorts the guy out of the store. Point TLDR, old man harassment ends in grocery items being launched. I used to work restaurants, endless stories there. Now I'm a customer service specialist and deal with order/status/replacement/return labels. I had a lady call in bitching about her order and how we faked it up. I calmly ask her to please not swear or I would be forced to disconnect the call. She breathes and we continue. I bring up her order and see she placed it on our website. I ask to review the order with her as she placed it online. I read back the item that we supposedly messed up. It is one of 4 different items in the selection, one of which is a 3PC, the other a 4PC. She clearly selected the 3PCB. Wanted the 4PC. On our website, before you place your order, as long as you read and review you can change that point. Naturally it is our fault for her screw up on the website, since she selected the wrong item and ordered, and when she checked on her order even did not get it corrected then. So as I'm trying to explain this to her, she goes on a rant of how faked up our website is and confusing, and it's my fault for her mistake and I'm a liar and making her Christmas awful. This was late September. So by this point she demanded my supervisor. I get them on the line, they clearly see everything as well, and I get to transfer the call away, and basically my manager told her everything I did and sent her a return label for the product and that she would have to reorder for the correct one since the return label takes 30 days to go through the full process. TLDR, pissed off customer still has to wait 30 days. Heh. This just happened a week ago. I'd been asked to help out a director friend of mine by being in a reading of a play on the UCLA campus. The guy who was supposed to do it had dropped out and he asked me to fill in, which I was very happy to do. When I pulled up to the parking kiosk to get my pass, it took an extra minute and this lady, early 60s, must have been in some kind of hurry. She honks her horn a couple of times and I can hear her say, "Can you please move?" And even though she says please, she says it in a very aggro and pussy fashion. The girl working our side of the kiosk comes walking back over to me with my pass and I ask her if I should pull up, but she says to me, "We are almost done here." I ask the girl where I'm headed and she goes to grab a map. Now the lady immediately starts laying on her horn, big time. I lean over and look in the side view and kind of shout, "Alright, missus, we are almost done and I'll be on my way." And then she bellows back at me, "Move your car." God damn it. Whoa. Shift. Drive. And I slowly pull around to the left and this 60-year-old lady with short white hair goes tearing around me and up the drive to the parking lot. The girl and I exchange glances like what the fuck? But say nothing. She then tells me that I'm parking to the left, but then walking in the opposite direction, and she shows me where on the map. I say thanks, and, mind you, this all, from Mrs. Crankipant's exit to me just now saying thanks, took another full minute or so. I mention this because when I get up to the parking lot there's 2 lanes to get in. One lane has 2 cars in it, the other has none. So I pull into the empty one, go to put the pass in the ticket taking machine, and who do I see across me, but you know who. I look at her with a sheet-eating grin and she just glares at me, all loathing and failure. I say, "Hey, wow. After all that, and we still made it here in the same amount of time." I then might have mentioned something about seeing her the following Tuesday before I zipped off ahead of her, but I can't be 100% sure. Of course, in a less self-centered reality, it turns out that the woman who wanted to sit alone was returning home after having been fired from her job because today is the day she decided to stand up for herself to her supervisor, who has spent the last 3 months sexually harassing her, but she's never been able to prove it. It is such a small company and the supervisor has an inordinate amount of sway with the boss due to his seniority. Today was the last straw when he discreetly groped her as they were passing. She had finally had enough and spinning around, slapped him full force in the face, and cussed him out for being a perverted son of a bitch. Several of her coworkers and her boss who had not noticed the grope, but turned their heads at the sound of the slap witnessed this tirade. After a nerve-wracking and embarrassing 45 minutes of sitting in her cubicle to shake and to do anything but stare at her desk, she is called into her boss's office. Passing the supervisor as he is leaving, he flashes her a smug predatory smirk and whispers good luck. After 5 minutes of tearfully attempting to explain the situation, her boss tells her I don't need to hear this bull, her behavior is entirely uncalled for, and that he has known the supervisor for the past 7 years, and won't tolerate such baseless accusations against him. She is fired on the spot, and told to leave immediately. Finding the one seat on the train, where she won't have to sit next to anyone else, while she tries to figure out how she is going to pay this month's rent, and where she is going to find another job in time as it took her more than half a year to find this one, she finds a little relief knowing that she at least won't have to deal with the feeling of having a strange person pressed up against her. Suddenly, Some brash young kid wearing headphones races onto the train and, spotting the empty seat, rushes over and sits down haphazardly, all elbows and shoulders squeezing into what at moments before been a comforting buffer against a cruel and unjust world. The woman mutters sullenly, "I just wanted to be alone," to the universe in general, expecting no response, but feeling a deep need to preserve at least a shred of resistance to a situation that has unfolded from a tortuous nightmare of daily harassment into a seemingly hopeless return to unemployment. The young person fiddles with their iPod and gives her a sideways glare point at the next stop. The person next to her begins to leave their seat and the woman offers a silent prayer of thanks for a return to her solace. Just as she begins to settle back into her thoughts, she sees the previous occupant of the seat ushering an unfortunately large woman into the spot. As the bigger lady sits down, the woman makes eye contact with the young person now standing in the aisle, and she sees the same malign smirk that sealed her fate earlier. She doesn't know whether to cry or scream at the unthinkable cruelty of the world as the weight of sweaty spandex-covered flesh presses her into the side of the bench like so many hands, crushing the last dignity from her shaking body. Once when I was at the airport, I came across a real snobbish woman, the kinda snob that thinks I get paid more, therefore I'm better than you. She cut me off walking, and when she turned back and looked at me, she said, "Out of my way, some people are important." Now I'm a relative nice guy, I don't go out of my say to fuck with / ruin people's days. Expect that day it was bad enough I had to go home for a funeral, but that little act of beach silently enraged me. While listening to her talk on her cell, I heard her say which time and flight. She was the gate very next to mine, and her flight was about in 30 minutes. When 30 minutes had passed, she was on her laptop and on her cell blah blah business talk. I could have said, "Your flight's here, or maybe you should get going." I truly started to. I said, "Miss," and right there she cut me off. "Oh my god, what do you want? Can you see I'm busy?" Christ, I swear poor people are so fucking stupidly annoying. Now on the outside, nothing ma'am, sorry to bother you. On the inside, you mother faking beach, you cut me off walking and flip out on me when I was just gonna give you a heads up. Fact that you beach of a cunt beach missed her flight and got super pissed off at everyone, one in a 10-foot radius, even more so at me because I didn't have the common decency to inform her that her flight is here. I'm a plague on society and I'll never do anything with my life well, gents and lady gents. Am a petty officer, 3rd class, going to make 2nd class with 4 years in the United States Coast Guard. Not too shabby, if I say so myself. I did my undergrad at a private liberal arts university in a small town in Texas. I minored in Spanish literature, and one of my classmates worked at the local grocery chain in the deli. One day while I was doing my grocery shopping, we ended up having a short conversation in Spanish about a project in one of our classes. A tiny old white lady looks at us in disgust and says, "This is America. You two should learn to speak English or go back to where you came from," and then proceeded to push her cart and walk away. My classmate and I were shocked at her comment, and while he just shrugged it off, I was not going to let her get off so easy, and in the most polite tone I said, "Excuse me, ma'am." She turned around with her nose in the air. I could tell she was a little shocked that I had called her. I then said in a very polite and proper tone, "Ma'am, because this is in fact America, I may speak whatever language I like." She looked unimpressed and turned around. As she walked away I said, "And besides, my classmate and I are both American citizens and Texans, so there is nowhere else for us to go back to." To ladies that had heard the whole ordeal apologized to me loudly by saying that they couldn't believe that someone could be so rude. The lady heard, and she scoffed, and hurriedly left her cart and walked out. I know this will get buried, but here goes. I was at the local set shop in my town picking up some Velcro restraints for sexy time with the wife. As I'm at the counter checking out and being hit on by a pretty foxy black cashier, I hear the shoplifting siren go off. There is this thuggish looking dude standing right by the front door, and he looks at the cashier and says, "What?" Trying to play innocent. Not very well, I might add. The cashier and I stare at him and pulls some women's lingerie out of his pants and puts it back on the rack. At this point, the cashier is on the phone with the police, and I still haven't paid. Without hesitation I followed the guy outside as he left. He's parked a few spaces over from me and boxed in by cars on either side. I quickly backed my car out and parked directly behind him, boxing him in completely. I get out and see he cashier is standing outside on the phone with the biggest smile on her face. We stand around and chat for a bit till the cops show up and write the guy a ticket. She tells me she gets off in an hour and asks if I know how to use the restraints or need someone to show me how they're used. I'm flattered but explain that they're for myself and my wife, but in any other situation I would gladly have taken her up on her offer for help. She ended up giving me the restraints for free and made sure I knew the offer was still on the table if I changed my mind. TLDR. Stopped a shoplifter at a sex shop, got my purchase for free, and proposition for kinky sex by the cashier. I was on the way home after a bit of skateboarding with a few buddies of mine, and we took the bus. It was pretty packed in there, but some seats were free. I spotted 2 seats right at the window next to each other in a 4-spot. I'm no native speaker, so I don't know if there is an adequate word for it. I mean a pack of 4 seats, where it's like 2 people sit in front of another 2, facing each other, kinda like this. I know, shitty explanation, I'm sorry. We had to pass 2 people who were sitting in this 4-spot at the aisle. As we sat down, that one guy bursted out to my friend, "Watch out, that your dirty wheels don't touch my white trousers, or I will slap you in the face." Well, I just thought, what the fuck, same as everyone around us. This guy's was kinda weird looking, was in his 50s, got some sandals on, white linen trousers and a stupid looking, very colorful shirt on, Hawaiian style. He got long gray hair knotted together which looked like he had a tennis ball in there. Strange fella. I can be an annoying prick, especially when someone treats my friends or me badly, so I keep on harassing this guy's. Very calm, not being rude, just embarrass him on front of the other people in the bus. After some comments from him, like he would rip off the arms of me and my friend etc. He left the bus while some passengers clapped their hands. TLDR. Trash talked an old asshole of the bus after he tried to harass my friends. During my college years I went to community college and was allowed the use of my family's spare car to get to school and work. Naturally, I was the local pizza guy for one of 2 pizza shops in our little town. We had our regulars and whatnot, but there was always this one old dude who lived outside of town and call in pizzas while drunk and pass out by the time the delivery guy got there. This was just before everyone had a cell phone. So if they were passed out or didn't answer, we were supposed to go right back to the pizza place. Whenever he'd order and pass out, he would often be awakened to the sound of one of us pounding on the door, then complain that he was sleeping, and then complain that it took more than 30 minutes and never tip. Guy was just a drunk asshole. Well, I had enough, and I was just about to leave that job, and it was a Friday or Saturday night, end of the week. Can't remember, and the guy calls in for his usual. I thought, fucking A, after all this time, I give it to him. Now, my bosses were pretty reasonable people, but the lady boss I had was pretty cool sheet and knows exactly how shitty delivery people have it. On a side note, we take the brunt of bad cooking, to wrong orders, wrong addresses, or complaints when someone calls in. We're the beach in the food service industry. Even though the job is decent, you deal with a ton of pricks anyways. So I told my lady boss that I'm moving on and not doing the job a few days earlier. And when I noticed the address come up on one of the bills, I pulled her aside and said, "Let me get this. I can't stand this guy." So she asks, "What are you going to do?" I said, "Nothing that doesn't warrant 5 years of Friday nights of anguish," or something to that effect. The pizza was made, and normally they put it in the pizza warmer bag and I go to the car. This time, I took the pizza out of the bag, left the bag in the store, took the pizza to my car. I just so happened to dig 2 bungee cords out of the back of my car and bungeed that faker to the roof rack and drove off. Fortunately for me, I had access to a cell phone. It was shared amongst my family at the time, Dad during the day, me during the evenings. When I had arrived at his house, I knocked. Naturally, no answer, must be drunk and passed out again. Instead of going right back to the store, I called up the store, asked for the guy's number. My ladybus said, "Are you okay? Or maybe are you gonna be okay?" or something like that. I said it's cool, just making sure he gets his dinner. I call him up and say I've been standing out here for 20 minutes. Your pizza is getting cold. The transaction was made. Again, with no tip, as usual. The second I got back in the car I took off and called the store and said he's gonna call back, that his pizza is cold. Tell him that I was standing around for 20 minutes. I got back to the store and had got the most mixed expression I've ever seen. It was disappointment, mixed with congratulations and hilarity. While I can't say the person in question here was inherently rude, there is a vague hint of dickishness nonetheless. One night a couple weeks ago, I'm coming home from work around 2:30 am and I haven't eaten yet, so I decide to stop by a local pizza place that I know to be open late, as it does most of its business with the late night bar crowd. I order a slice of pepperoni and a Coca-Cola Classic, and the young fellow in question says $5.81. And as I dig in my pockets I realize I'm 15 cents short and I've forgotten my debit card at home. Drats. So I say to the young man in question, I'm 15 cents short, bro. To which he replies, well, you shouldn't have ordered a Coke then. At this point, I'll interject that I used to work at this shop in my younger, hipper days, and I know that a Friday night you're easily clearing $50 in tips, and this is after you split it up between drivers and front of house staff, so I know he can easily say fuck it and huck me up. I'd done it plenty of times for folks in the past. So when he hands me my pie and the change from my 5, I take the slice and I leave him the 20 cents and say, you keep it, you clearly need it more than I do, and walked out. As I walked home satisfied with my response to this situation, I realize I just tipped this dick bag 20 cents for being a dick. Still felt good about it, though.